enlightening journey. Let's take a moment to express our gratitude to honorable guests, all the eminent personalities, practitioners, researchers, colleagues, and students present here. Our esteemed speakers and presenters are expert in their insights, research, and wisdom with us, enriching our understanding of Aushadhi Yogas. I request the dignitaries to join us to do Dr. Jitesh sir, Dr. Anup sir, Dr. Deepak sir, and Vijay Vyas sir. Please sir. Lighting the lamp symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the revolution of knowledge. It's a beautiful way to inaugurate this seminar and set the tone for the visiting. Thank you, respected guests. Now we request respected guests to perform the Dhanvantari Pujan. May this Dhanvantari Puja strengthen our connections with Arya, inspiring us to embrace its Thank you, sir. Before we start, let's take a moment to center ourselves and create a positive and focused environment by reciting the Dhanvantari Sabha. I request the audience to rise for prayer. Now, before moving further, let's take a moment to express our gratitude to our organizers who planned this CME. Ayurvishwa is a century-old charitable institution engaged in the practices. Ayurvishwa offers classical Ayurveda medicine, authentic Ayurvedic treatments, and therapy to patients from all over the country and abroad. Kottakkal Ayurvishwa, the late Vaidya started initially as a village clinic. It has now grown into a multidisciplinary and multi-core organization. It has operations in different sectors of Ayurveda. Kottakkal Ayurvishwa has 3 medicine manufacturing units attached with well-equipped quality control labs. These factories produce more than 650 classical and new generation formulations, which are made available to patients through 26 branch clinics, 30 CME and 60 authorized dealers spread across the country. Kottakkal Ayurvishwa is also engaged in the research. Now, I would like to request Dr. Himanshu Department of Quality Analysis at Ayurvishwa Kottakkal. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Vilasan sir, welcome Dr. Ankush sir. Dr. Ankush sir joined Arya in 2013 and has served in key areas like also worked in practices at Kanpur and Kottakkal. He was a branch manager and physician at Mysore. Now presently taken up charge as professional lead at Arya in marketing department. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Sister Vijay Vyas, welcome Dr. Deepak sir. Dr. Deepak is working in areas since 2013. He is serving as a deputy physician in areas He has worked in the and in the OPG department which represents taken up charge as professional lead at Arya Kottakkal. Thank you very much, sir. Now it's time for a surprise to all of you. Vaidya inauguration. Kottakkal Arya started a quarterly magazine named Vaidya from this year onward. We have published the first publication for the same with the topic stress. Kottakkal Arya would take this opportunity to inaugurate this first edition by the hands of Dr. Galgali sir. Please, sir. I would like to request Galgali sir to please come on the dais and inaugurate the first edition of Vaidya. Now I would like to request the dignitaries to please take your seats to start our program.
Ankush Hembrom.
Doing yoga.
Oh, tu la rela. So why नहीं? तो से पैन थोड़ा सा करने की वजह से इधर से सेट करना हाँ
Before we start our session, I would request everyone to just rise up for a few seconds as our trustee member and factory manager. He was earlier factory manager of Ayurvishwa, the earlier trustee member of Ayurvishwa. great honor to come to Pune as a representative of Ayurvishwa. Without wasting any time, I request Dr. Jitendra, please come. Thank you.
With gratitude and anticipation, I would like to invite our first key speaker. Dr. Jitesh Shetty sir is a senior physician in Kottakkal, Arya. He has completed his BMS from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science in the year 2004 and joined the Kottakkal Arya as assistant physician. Later he went for his post-graduation studies in Rasashastra and Bheshaj Kalpana under the same university. Presently, he is working as HOD in Quality Control Department. He has continued more than 100 classes ranging from national to international level in the field of Rasashastra. Dr. Jitesh sir.
Very good morning to all. So I'm really happy to meet the stalwarts of Ayurveda, like Amit sir, Gilgali sir, etc. I think I had a chance to attend Gilgali sir's one session. I think 6 to 7 years back, Bangalore government has regarding on some ENT issues. Yeah. So I couldn't meet him that day, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude. Much time will go to the session. So I know all physicians who is gathered here are much experienced practitioners in how to do how the treatment methods, etc. But I can do one thing. The only one thing what I can do is to explain more regarding the medicines what we prepare in our factory, and the more of different or multi-level approaches. What you say, different formulations along with the different indications, maybe some of the common experience indications apart from the textual indication. So we will just go through that. And regarding selection of apt combination is quite important as the diagnosis. So there is nothing, the selection of Aushadha is also nothing less than comparing the diagnosis. If the diagnosis is wrong, at the same time, if the selection of medicine is also wrong, there are every possibility to get the negative result. So there are different ways to select a medicine, isn't it? One thing, the first thing what we can do is obeying the words of a marketing executive, isn't it? So all of us, including me, follow the same many times. Whatever they say, we'll just find. He says that this connects this medicine. And we can analyze the different therapeutic efficacies, that is our Rasapanchaka, etc. And from that, there is a second method. And the third, there is another method. That is, there are many physicians who focus on only indications. So there's another method to go through the indications of the formulation and find patients given in the text. We may feel that there is no relation between the indications explained in the yoga, but the common nature of that yoga, the formulation. So if we could find out that link, the benefit is we can prescribe the medicine precisely, as well as we can substitute the medicine. there are many instances, isn't it, in our clinic, but may not be able to stop. What do we do? What medicine we can use next? How can we substitute? What medicine can substitute with that? So if we would know, or if we would identify the common nature of the yoga, it is very easy to extrapolate that. Before going to the topic, I'll just explain the method what I follow. This is not to be right, but this also can be said is right, because there will be different ways to reach to a destination, isn't it? So no one can say this is the only right. There will be some national highways will be there, some shortcuts will be there. In sometimes that shortcuts there will be some pitfalls, or sometimes there will be some blockages. So but still, somehow we have to reach the destination. So these are the usual methods what we can follow in the clinical practice. So one thing, the first one is just we have to identify the formulation. See the ingredients. You don't need to go into the details of each and every ingredients. See, so the combinations which are got more number of ingredients. See the Dasaguna Vipaga of each and every ingredient and tabulate them, and finally find out the method of the nature of the drug. It's quite difficult. So in such conditions, I just go to the ingredients. Simply, if there is any outstanding ingredients out there, so you just find out that. The third one is go to the indications. As I explained previously, try to find out the link between indications. We will compare some of the yogas, and we will find the similarities between the yogas, and we will find out the difference between the yogas, and thereby we will reach to a conclusion. So, shall we try this? So, prepare in the field of dermatology. There is one Ayurveda, Soma, Tikta is there, Mahadikta is there, Gugulukta is there, Padavanamula is there, Padavakadunia is there, Mahamadishta is there, Shoninananda is there. Why? What is the purpose of this much yoga, this much combinations? That means the indications of each and every yogas are different. So we cannot substitute Ayurveda with Shoninananda, or we cannot substitute Ayurveda with Padavanamula. But there are some formulations which can be substituted. Then we will see. Initially we will go to the we will find similarities between all these, and we know it's explained in Aushadhalaya, other Sohanagana. It's the Ayurveda only. I am not going to the details of ingredients. So the indications we know Ayurveda, Chatti, Ushadhalaya, Kapam Kanatun Pramaya, Dushta Purana Vishodhana. So what are the properties? Where does this act? The site of action, how can we derive the site of, how can we understand the site of action? Definitely we should see the Dushta Purana Vishodhana. So definitely we can see that the action is pertaining to Koshana. Up to what how this medicine can act? So there are indications. There is no indications beyond what we say. The Pramaya only doesn't have indication with the Pramaya. But at the same time, Pramaya can be. Pramaya shows that. So the yoga we can understand that is Tikta Kashaya Sapadhana, Ushna Vaidya and Clearness Aushadhalaya. So yoga is Kapasana, that is well explained in the context, the indications. Now, practically, what we can do is, apart from the indications given in the text, is there any other possibility to prescribe this Ayurvedic diet? The first one is skin disorder. What type of skin disorders we can cure Ayurvedic? I shall explain you with the type of pictures. Definitely, as I explained, the yoga is Itakashaya, Ushnavirya, and Clear Soshna. So the indications go to, it could be the bleeding eczema, different type of fungal infections, etc. When we come to TID, again, different kinds of, the yoga is Ushnavirya, Itakashaya. Again, different kinds of bacterial infections, like it could be H. pylori or E. coli or whatever it may be. And even some of the intestinal parasites also. And in case of wound, there is a reference in Ashtanam Thailand Veladin Korea, Ganaya Pradavana, Uddhatanam Kashayam Cha, Vargana Ayurvishwa. So even the Ayurvedic powder can be given as standard for Uddhatana as well as the Kashaya can be used as shamanas for this diabetic wound. When we come to the gynecology, again, there are two possibilities. The yoga has got the Kriminasana property. Yoga is Ushnavirya. Yoga is Clear Soshna. The first indication goes to different kinds of discharge bleeding. Again, here also, there are two different possibilities. We can use this medicine internally as well as externally also. The same medicines we can use with the same dilution or maybe with more dilution. We can use as for dew or even for simple chalana also we can use this. Again, when we come to respiratory, we all know that the symptom called, the syndrome called, previously was known as asthma eczema negation. We believe that we might have seen that if we even treat for asthma, the person who are prone to eczema, there is a chance of increase of eczema. And vice versa. So the recent research says that, so the zigzag theory is not there now, and now it's known as atopic march. So the wheezing can be progressed to atopic dermatitis and not reverse. So in such condition, different kinds of venous ulcers, initial stages. Then again, the second one is clear of that is interpreted, we can say Alasa. There is a Shuddha Yoga called as Alasa. Explained in Susu. Klina Rangulia Kandu, Daha Player Jataka, Dushta Kadala Sampashatam Vidya. It's not Alaska, Alasa. It's a Shuddha Yoga. Again, typically explained that Dushta Kadala Sampashatam. We can say, we can correlate with soil contact dermatitis or whatever it may be, even different kinds of fungal infections, etc. So in such conditions, where Klina becomes predominant. This can be used internally as well as can be used externally. Again, different kinds of diabetic food. Externally, shalana as well as internally. And finally, different kinds of vasculitis. Here on, Aushadhalaya becomes one of the ash, one of the indications. And we will compare with other yogas later. We'll see the Tikkaka. Tikkaka Mahadika. So, Tikkaka we have the Tikkaka Ghruta, Mahadika Ghruta, Gogulika Ghruta, and the Tikkaka.
Tiktaka Hridaya is there, Tiktaka Kashaya is there, Mahalika Hridaya is there, Mahalika Kashaya is there. Can we use all these interchange? Can we use the conditions? The Tiktaka Hrida in the conditions will be, or the same indication can be expected for this Tiktaka Hrida as well as Tiktaka Kashaya? No. In my opinion, we have to find out new indications. The existing, along with with the tool of the existing indications, we cannot measure the indications of this. The same indications we cannot expect that it is being changed to Kashaya. So in case of Pittaka, I will do one thing. Just let us go to the birth. I will explain both Kashaya and Hrida together. So the ingredients are indications goes as Pittaka Kushna Vedi Sarpa. Like so, all the indications are Pittaka. In the indication itself, Acharya explained that Pittaka starts with the Pittaka Kushna Vedi Sarpa, either Pittaka Kushna or by Visarpa. So when we come to the properties of that formulation, you can see the name itself suggests that it is nothing but Tiktaka. So we have to go to the properties of Tiktaka. Tiktaka is the one which has got layers Tikta Swayamanu issue, Ayurvishwa, Krimi, Trivisha, Dushta, Layer, Vasapu, Leda, Pancha, Leru, Vasoshna. So the Leda Soshna, Krimi Nasana, and is the most Lurkuresa as well as Vasoshna. So again, the Rasa is Tikta, this Vasoshna, Padana as well as Leda Soshna. When in come to the Tikta Kashaya, the properties like Leda Soshna we cannot expect in the condition of Tikta Krita when we come to Tikta Krita. So practically, again, these are the various systems where we can use this, both this Kashaya as well as Krita. So in the case of skin diseases, again, in the weeping stage of eczema, we can use this Kashaya as we have got this Kashaya has got the Leda Soshna. And if it is dry, where we need to do Snehapana, the better option will be Tiktaka Krita. But make sure that the condition for Snehapana, this is the patient suits for condition for Snehapana. That is, it is being explained in the Juridics. Kashaya Panapathyana, the Sahaya, like so in the condition, the other conditions like psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis like erythroderma were Pitta predominant psoriasis. Many of us think that what is the actual correlation with this psoriasis? Whether it is the blue, someone correlated as the blue, someone correlated as Vichachika, some correlated as Sithma, etc. But definitely we can see that the similar type of pattern for this psoriasis in all the 18 types of. So in case of GIT, again Tikta Rasa has got a specific sloka is explained in the Ashastika Sala with this Tikta Rasa. That is Doshanam Pachana Arthamcha Vanni Santukshanaicha Sangrahaya Charaktasya Param Tikteru Pachana. So these are the characters or these are the indications what we can expect with the Tikta Rasa. In case, especially when we come to ulcerative colitis or bleeding bites, etc. Doshanam Pachana Arthamcha Vanni Santukshanaicha Vanni Santukshana, that is nothing but Deepana. Sangrahaya Rektasya Param Tikteru Rekta Sangrahana. So here all these conditions where we need to get these kind of properties, the Tiktaka becomes the most suitable one. Then wounds, again, the same thing we can use if, as I explained for this Arya, if the wound, the pus discharge, etc., gives more similarity with Kapha predominance, we can go for this Arya. If it is Pitta predominant, we can select this Tiktaka as for this Chalana as well as internally. Again, in case of discharge PVs, etc., cervicitis, etc., if the nature of discharge falls more similarity with the kapha, that is which more of itching or more of curdy white, etc., we can go for this Arya. And if it is more, if it has got more similarity with pitta, then we can select this tiktaka as an option. In case of CNS also, the indications goes like, just got the indications like Mata, Asmara, etc. Whatever may be the pitta predominant, different kinds of higher brain functions, maybe like apasmara, or maybe like different kinds of unmada like schizophrenia, etc. If we explain or if we exhibit the symptoms of pitta predominant, we can opt this tiktaka as a good choice. Now we will see something. The first one is nothing but a unhealed venous ulcer. Typical case of Vaidya ulcer. It can be used, tiktaka can be used as kashaya as well as for this chalana also. And may be used as pichu also. The second one is a balanitis. Again, it's a condition of pitta predominant. The third one is a vasculitis, or can say this that IgA nephropathy or vasculitis. We can consider this as a recta pitta. That means even though the bleeding doesn't come outside, there is a condition explained in Charaka Samhita called as antika recta pitta. Chidrebe eve sarvebhya loma gubebhya evacha vartate tam sankheyam gadim tasya avuranti. So it's nothing but the bleeding to hair follicles can fall in this category. So the different kinds like it may be vasculitis or it may be nephritis, the post complication of nephropathy, etc. And the second one is we can say that it is a condition of erythrodermic psoriasis, or we can say Pundarika. That means nothing but the symptoms explained as Khanapuri, the Sivasun Praya, Mashu, Vedija, Patma Patra Vimamshuvi. You can see the presentation as exactly as similar to the lotus leaf. It's a case of erythrodermic psoriasis and comes as we can correlate with Pundarika. Now, we will see with Mahati. Again, the indication explained only one line. This is better than Tikka or Mahatikka. There is no extra indications has been explained for this Mahatikka. So, but the ingredients are different. There are more than 30 ingredients are there. So it's very difficult to find out that different kinds of by analyzing each and every individual ingredients. Isn't it? There are different concepts. There is Avayava Prabhava as well as Samudaya Prabhava. So Avayava Prabhava is nothing but the properties of individual drug. And Samudaya Prabhava explained as the combination, the synergic effect. So what happens means when an individual drug is being added to a combination, we cannot expect the Avayava Prabhava of the same drug, the common properties of the same drug. There can be drug-to-drug interaction, and thereby the expected result by analyzing the each and every tiktaka, similar to tiktaka. Yoga is tiktaka shayasa.
So the yoga is okay. Again, this also Pitta Kashaya Rasa Pradhana, Sita Vaidya, and Kleda Shoshana when it comes to the Kashaya. Action is nothing but Pitta Samana. So, what is the difference between Tiktaka, Mahatikta and Gugulatikta? Now I will see the Gugulatikta and then finally we will go to the comparison. Gugulatikta. The Kashaya, when we come to the Krita, the Panchatikta is used as the Kashaya for Gugulatikta and some other medicines as used as Kalka for this in the preparation of Gugulatikta. So reference is Ashtanga Hridaya or Charaka Samhita Vata Vyadhi. Kushtha, Vata Rekta and Nadi Vrana are the textual indications. The properties are that say Vidhamadi Pravaram Samiram Sandhya Asti Majjagadam Idrisham. So typically, previously the yoga formulations what we explained that is Tittaga and Mahadika or Aragadhadi, everything has got the indication. We can say that the indication we can get up to the Rasa or Mamsa or Dhatu. And in the context itself, in the indication itself, Acharya explained this Gurudikta as Sandhyasthima Jagata. So the more deep-rooted diseases. Yoga is Tridosha Samana. In the case of Grita, but exactly there is a difference. In the preparation of Gurudikta Kashaya, usually we know the quantity of Kalka and Kashaya in the preparation of Grita. So the main portion will be the Kashaya. And here it is the Panchadikta is being used as the Kashaya, and the another one is the other ingredients are Kalka. So when we analyze the properties of each individual ingredients, the Kalka drugs are more of Kapha Samana in nature, and the Kashaya drugs are of Pitta Samana in nature. But so at the same time, when we convert this Grita into Kashaya, we use all these ingredients are in equal quantity. So definitely the properties are going to change. So we cannot expect the same result of same dosha samana of Gugulita Grita and Gugulita Kashaya. So we have to, that's why I explained in the initial, we have to find out the new indications for when the form changes. So in case of this Gugulita Grita, it is Tridosha Samana. In case of Grita, and when it comes to Gugulita Kashaya, the yoga becomes more Vata Kapha Samana in nature. And the yoga marga is nothing but Madhyama marga. Just got doesn't have much action on Abhyantara as well as Bahya yoga. Again, the deep-rooted skin diseases. Probably like different kinds of psoriatic arthropathies, where we have got what we say the transformation, the changes of this structural changes have been happened. Then different kinds of skin infections, especially this folliculitis, etc. Recurrent folliculitis, probably, like we can say this hidradenitis suppurativa. How much we extract or how much we treat, the conditions happen. It's being found to be recurring more and more. In case of GIT, different kinds of polyps. The yoga has got almost, the formulation has got the properties of Chedana, Lekhana, as well as Vata Kapha Samana in case of Kashaya, and at the same time Chedana, Lekhana, and Tridosha Samana when we come to the Grita. And in different kinds of wounds. Again, the venous ulcer, etc. Conditions that this Gugulita doesn't have much action. At the same time, more deep-rooted wounds like charcoal foods, etc., where this Asthi Majja Dhadus are involved. This formulation found to be more effective. In case of CNS, different kinds of tumors that I'm not experienced in that. Probably Dr. Praveen is the person with the apt person to explain regarding the different kinds of tumor he will be doing that. So we'll see some of the pictures. The first one we can see this, it's a different pictures, not very clear, but still we can say it's psoriatic only, deep-rooted. Eka Kushta we can say, Asti Charma Gharasparsam, Charma Kushta we can say. The difference between Charma and Eka is nothing but the how much area that has been spread. Hasti Charma Gharasparsam, Charma. Eka, the Charma Kushta is being spread to more area that can be called as Eka Kushta. So the different Dhadu Leena Avastha. Each and every disease has got two phases, isn't it? Dhadu Gata Avastha as well as Dhadu Leena Avastha. So always the Dhadu Gata Avastha is considered as more acute, and when it becomes chronic, that becomes Dhadu Leena. So this medicine, this Gugulita Grita or Kashaya is more effective in Dhadu Leena Avastha. And the second one is an X-ray, that's not there. That's in case of osteomyelitis. The third one is nothing but it's a fistula. And the fourth one is hidradenitis suppurativa, which is a chronic recurrent infections.
Now we'll see the difference. I think if you switch on the light, that last column will be more visible. So in case of Tiktaka, Mahadikta and Gugulita, you will have a comparison. The first one is first column, the second column is Tiktaka Krita and third one is Tiktaka Kvadra. So action on dosha, the Tiktaka Krita becomes more of Pitta Samana. At the same time, Tiktaka, when it comes to Tiktaka Kashaya, that becomes Pitta Kapha Samana. Mahadikta Krita, Pitta Samana and Kapha Pitta Samana in the Mahadikta Kvadra. And Gugulita Kvadra, Gugulita Krita, as I explained previously, the Krita is Tridosha Samana. Oh, sorry. Okay, better now. So it was my mistake that I could have more. Okay, no, better. This is enough. I will explain. So it is Gugulita Krita is Sannipata Samana and Gugulita Kvadra is Kaphavada Samana. And when we come to the action on Dhadus, both the Tiktaka and Mahadikta has got more action on the Dhadus involved, in the disease involved on Rasa and Rekta. And Gugultikta has got Rasa to Asthi as well as Majja. The common properties are Tiktaka Kvadha is Prana Shodhana, Prana Ropana and Prana Srota Shodhana. At the same time, Tiktaka Krita play the Shoshana, Tiktaka Kvadha play the Shoshana and Prana Shodhana. The main difference between Tiktaka Krita and Tiktaka Mahadikta Krita is nothing but we can say that because of we know that the main part of this Mahadikta Krita is nothing but Amalagi Swarasa. No other Kashayas are there in case of Tiktaka Mahadikta Krita. Instead of this Kashayas, it's being used as Amalagi Swarasa is being used as Dravadravya. And thereby, by the properties of this Amalagi Swarasa, we can see or we can say that the Tiktaka Krita is more of Shamana Pradhana and Mahadikta Krita is of Rasayana Pradhana. And Gugulita Krita is, as well as this Gugulita Krita is Ropana, Pachana and Samana. And at the same time, Kvadha is Kleda Shoshana, Sroto Shodhana, and the main thing, we can see this Avarna here. So it's a case of Sandhya Asti Majjagata disease came to you. You can use, if you are selecting this Gugulita as the option, you can use this in the initial stages, you can use this Gugulita Kvadha. And once that Avarna has been removed, if you feel that the Avarna has been removed, and there again you need to continue. To prevent the further Shoshana of Kashaya, you can convert, you can shift the to Gugulita Krita. Again, Shonitama. It's a very simple yoga which contains only 3 elements. Pathya, Gopangana, Nipme. Pathya, Shariva and Nipma. It's a proprietary medicine. Indication is Pitaka Kuttavi Sarpanas. Rekta Dosha Harampara. Pitaka Kuttavi Sarpa, Rekta Dosha Harampara. It has got, we can say this, it has got a property of Rasa Pachaka. And in the style, again it's a Pitta predominant one. The third one is we can say what we can say material is Rupra. Again it's a Pitta predominant. And the fourth one is also the same kind of style. So wherever you feel that infection is superficial, this will be the better option than the other ones. Probably the superficial folliculitis, the furuncles, etc. The Shonidamatam becomes the more important. The same can be utilized in case of aphthous ulcers, the recurrent mouth ulcers. The Shonidamatam can be given internal as well as even for this gargling also. And almost same another combination, Nimbadikwana. Some more drugs are there, but still the reference is Sarsa Yoga. The indication is nothing but only one Pitaka. Simple folliculitis you can see. This has got Pitta Kadurasa and Ushna Vaidya compared to Shonitamrita. Yoga is Kapasamana. So you can compare this Shonitamrita with the Nimbadi Kvata. The Shonitamrita is Pitta Samana and Nimbadi Kvata is Kapasamana. Different kinds of eruptive skin disorders, like where the predominance of kapha is there. So different kinds of pharyngeals, superficial and deep folliculitis, different kinds of bullous lesions, and even psoriasis. The same conditions, not all the conditions of psoriasis, but where pustular psoriasis. Especially you might have seen these conditions like palmoplantar pustular psoriasis. There is a condition called 4P. Palmoplantar pustular psoriasis. We can consider that type of condition as what we say the Mamsagata Vipadika or something like that. So in case of GIT, again, it's very effective in different kinds of infections like this H. pylori or even E. coli, different kinds of UTIs. We may feel that how this becomes effective in different UTIs, etc., where the conditions where the patient exhibits the symptoms like burning mutilation, etc. But even though this formulation has got the Kadurasa and Ushna Vaidya, different kinds of suppurative lesions. It could be ASOM or it could be CSOM, etc., or different kinds of folliculitis inside. There are folliculitis which happens inside the ears, inside the nose, etc. This Nimbadi Kvata becomes the most effective. I'll show you some of the pictures. Kind of H. pylori. The second one is folliculitis. The third one is a type of male, what we can say, lipoma, infected lipoma. And the fourth one is again is a staphylococcus scalded skin. And the fifth one is that's what I told you, that Mamsagata, we can see this Mamsagata Vipadika, that is palmoplantar pustular psoriasis. And these are the conditions where we can use this Nimbadi effectively. Now we will end the skin formulations with this It's a very effective combination, but I explained in the Sandhara Samhita. Indications are Ashtadashasu, Ushtasu, Vadarekta, Didetatha, Netramai. By seeing the indication, again, there is a very peculiar property for this Manjishtadikvata. When we see the ingredients, so you might have seen that the indicate. So there are four kinds of functions and Rejanam through. So this Mahamanjishtadikvata is the only one medicine which contains all these kind of four indicatives. So this yoga can be considered as a pachana as well as shodhana. So it is a kapha pitta rekta samana, we can say. Pitta kadurasa, ushna vaidya and clear the social. Practically, we can compare the indications which can be given in different kinds of the Google Dikta also. The Google Dikta becomes more kapha. Both the deep-rooted skin as well as deep-rooted locomotor disorders. Probably the psoriatic or psoriatic arthritis. Different kinds of autoimmune diseases like scleroderma or SLA, or even the Gambhira Vata, that means the seropositive arthritis. Then, as I explained, the scleroderma, SLA, etc. And chronic UTIs. The Nimbadi, as I explained, this Nimbadi or Shonitamritam can be given, or Tiktakam can be given in the acute phases, and still it has got the recurrent nature. The better option will be Mahamanjishta. again the ASYM, CSYM, etc. in cases of chronic cases. I'll show you some of the things. The same case of unhealed ulcer with the scleroderma. The main opted medicine, there are some other, the associated medicines were also there, but still the prime drug or the flag drug was, it can be considered as initially we can give this as, in the initial stages we may give this Tiktaka or Shonitamrita, etc. And later, once that Vajana Avastha has been finished, or once that Kleda Avastha has been reduced, the better option can be Mahamrishna. And the second one is nothing but, it's a pemphigo vulgaris, not in the active stages. It's very difficult to manage in the active phase, but still we can prevent the further recurrence with this magician. And there is one very effective medicine, probably that is not very popular nowadays. It's called as Jivantyadika. And it has got a specific indication, that is Pidasche Juritasya Tena Pedagogpate Prasangadakputa. He's asking us, if we have taken this medicine in the Jurita Avastha, then how the Pitaga becomes erupted. That means, if in case of the Pitaga predominant diseases, like it may be measles or it may be chickenpox, if we start this medicine in the initial stage, in the Jura Avastha itself, then how? He's asking how the other the eruptions will be manifested. That means, if we start in the early stages, we can prevent the further recurrence, not the recurrence, the further progress of the disease. So the yoga it's got some 10 to 15 ingredients are there. It is typically Tikta Rasa, Lekhu Ruksha Guna, Pitta Samana, Pachana, and Kleda Shoshana. And the typical indication is Pitas Chayajoditas Sitena, Pitapot Pate Pasankataputa. Practically, initial stages of Pitta predominant diseases, like it would be measles or chickenpox or even much more complicated diseases. Different kinds of chronic OA. In case of inflammatory OA, in the inflammatory phase, then again soft tissue inflammations, where the presenting symptom is tenderness. This becomes very effective. Different kinds of bleeding disorders. It could be the vasculitis or even the conditions like even dysfunctional uterine bleeding, etc. Then it can come to the genitourinary, pyospermia. And this yoga is Shita Virya, Kriminasana, and Kleda Shoshana. And thereby there can be a problem. If we treat for this pyospermia with Ruksha Ushna, Tikshna Dravyas, there can be a chance of oligospermia. So this one deals the disease without much deranging the total count. And this eradicates or this cures the pyospermia without causing oligospermia. You can see the first one is nothing but first two are, the first one is chickenpox and the second one is measles. And the second one is, the third one is sebosoriasis. The different kinds of seborrheic dermatitis, the more advanced form of seborrheic dermatitis. This one is again pyoderma gangrenosum. Again, it's a pitta predominant disease. All the others are, the last one is deep folliculitis, and the last but one is nothing but the superficial folliculitis. So in these kind of diseases, presentations, what we say, the Jivantyadika becomes the first drug of choice. Again, there is another one, Mulaka Dikashaya. Mulaka is nothing but, there are different opinions regarding Mulaka, but in place of Mulaka, we use Madhusuni. So this is the medicine which contains Madhusnuri. Madhusnuri tripla. And this is Kadu Kashaya Rasa Laguruksha Guna. Exactly opposite of Jivandhyati Kashaya. Different kinds of skin diseases with kapha predominant. Different kinds of non-healing ulcers. And different the conditions were like fistula in ano, fissure in ano, etc. Patolamuladi, of course, quite common yoga. Patolamuladi, Patolakadrohinyadi are almost many of us use as substitutes, but definitely that cannot be used, and there are some different indications also. We will see that. So the indication is Ashtanga, the reference is Ashtanga, the Kushta Chikitsa, and Patolamuladi. Initially, I will explain Patolamuladi and then we will go to Patolakadrohinyadi. So there is a specific indication called that while giving Patolamuladi, we are supposed to ask the patient to use Mamsarasa. So that means that from that indication that we can see that the yoga, whereas this Patolamuladi has got Samsana property, and the indication of Mamsarasa in Patolamuladi could be to prevent the Rasadhatu Shosha because of the excessive Samsana. So the Patolamuladi can be considered as an option in the initial stages of any of the skin diseases. Whatever it may be, irrespective of dosha predominance, this Patolamuladi can be considered as a medicine in the first stages of diseases. And Patolakadrohinyadi is again Kapha Pitta Shamana. Patolakadrohini Chandana, Madhusrava Guruji Padan, Nihanti Kapha Pitta Kushta Joran, Visham Vami Marojakam Kamalan. Again, it has got many GID related indications. It is also Shamana. This Patolamuladi is Shodhana and Patolakadrohinyadi is Shamana. So by this we will end this Kashaya session and we will go to Avaleha, Sarya Madhusnuri, Vaidya Madhusnuri and Gandhaka Rajarasaya. We can consider this, the ingredients are almost similar, but they have got some difference, and that we will do that. Charya Madhusnuri. Charya is nothing but small. And Vaidya Madhusnuri, Vaidya is nothing but big. Gandhaka Rajarasaya. So, the difference between Charya Madhusnuri and Vaidya Madhusnuri, one is small and one is big. Not only in the name. In this Vaidya Madhusnuri contains Gandhaka. And Charya Madhusnuri doesn't have that. Almost the ingredients are almost similar. And the plain Krita, the Krita used to prepare Charya Madhusnuri Rasayana is plain Krita. And at the same time, in case of Vaidya Madhusnuri, that is the second one, the Krita used is nothing but the Mahadika Krita. So then Gugulu is there, Gandhaka is there as an extra ingredient. In case of Mahamadhusnuri, you can say Mahamadhusnuri. So the small Madhusnuri is, Lagu Madhusnuri is Vata Pitta Kapha Shabda, is Tridosha Samana. Indications are Prameham, Gulmam, etc. There are many textual indications. And in case of Gandhaka Rajarasayana, actually you might have seen the proper Gandhaka Rasayana, the tablet, Gandhaka Rasayana tablet, which has got almost similar yoga, but being prepared in the case of Avaleha, as Avaleha. So we have got this Gandhaka Rasayana capsules, Gandhaka Rasayana 7, Gandhaka Rasayana 14, Gandhaka Rasayana 21, etc. These three are nothing but Shodhita Gandhaka only. And the actual Gandhaka Rasayana, which has been explained in the Vaidya can be considered as, can be compared with the Gandhaka Raja Rasayana in the form of Avalaya, which has been available in the form of Avalaya. So again, in the Gandhaka Raja Rasayana also, in place of plain Krita, the medium what we use is nothing but Mahadika Krita. So practically, Cheriya Madhusnuni, that is Laghu Madhusnuni, is more found to be more effective in different kinds of subacute or acute different kinds of lesions, especially in case of skin lesions or wounds. Mahamadhusnuri as well as Gandhaka Raja Rasayana is more prone towards, more effective towards the rasa, to asti, macha, etc. The deeper dhatus. Laghu Madhusnuri is more effective in dhatu gata avastha. Mahamadhusnuri as well as Gandhaka Raja Rasayana is more effective in dhatu leena avastha. So I'll show you some pictures. You can see the first one is so both all this, the first two are psoriasis only. The first one is, can consider this as an acute or subacute condition where dhatu gata kushta, we can say. This Cheriya Madhusnuri becomes more effective. And the second one is dhatu leena avastha. Again, as the picture I explained previously, charma kushta or eka kushta. That is dhatu leena, and there Vaidya Madhusnuri is there. And the third one is, you can say, it's asthimajja, maybe you can consider it as an osteomyelitis. So the dhatu leena avastha, and here more deeper dhatus are involved. So dhatu, so in the chronological order, the first one is Cheriya Madhusnuri, the second one becomes Mahamadhusnuri, and the third one is the most effective one will be Gandhaka Raja Rasayana. And basically, we can just all together, summing up, whatever the medicines I explained, in short, in a nutshell, we can say like this. The first one is in Sama Avastha, Sama Pitta Avastha, with Kleda. The best option will be either with Uduchadi or Padolakatoinyadi. When the same patient transformed to the Nirama Avastha without Kleda, the better option will be Tiktaka. The picture is not very clear. The another one is, say, Sama Avastha again, Kapha predominant condition. The first stage, the better option will be Padolamuladi. The same patient to the Nirama Avastha, but still Kleda persists. That Ama Avastha has been removed, Kleda is there still, so we need more Shoshana, and then the better option will be Padolakatoinyadi. And the last one, it's a Kapha predominant, again, but Nirama and without any Kleda. And the better option will be Arya. And the middle one is Vadika, where we have those different types of Krita, probably the Tiktaka or Mahadika as well. So, by this we will end the dermatology session, and now some of the medicines are there. So I think this Cheriya Antrakutharam and Vaidya Antrakutharam. Dr. Praveen will be the apt person to explain more regarding this, and I will just give you overall idea. Both again, Cheriya is nothing but Laghu, Vaidya is nothing but Maha. So Antrakutharam, the name itself suggests of something will be, the medicine will be more effective on, indicated on Antra. Kuthara is nothing but axe. So the disease, what we say, the eradicates like axe. So Cheriya Antrakutharam and Vaidya Antrakutharam, the ingredients are almost similar. The Bhavana Dravya is different. In the case of Cheriya Antrakutharam, the Bhavana Dravya is Tripla Kvata, and Vaidya Antrakutharam, the Bhavana Dravya is Kundiswasa. And the main difference is nothing but the ingredients like Jayapala Vicha. It's a strong, the Vaidya Antrakutharam is a strong purgative. At the same time, Cheriya Antrakutharam is more, you can say as a for spasmodic, antispasmodic for Parkinson's. So practically, we can find this medicine as the Charya Andhra can be indicated more of these different kinds of abdominal colics, maybe GI colic, or maybe urinary colic, or different kinds of functional dyspepsia, and all the other spasmodic pains. So it's a typical medicine of antispasmodic medicine. And you can see the medicines like Hingu, Tankana, Sainthava, Vacha, Lashuna, etc. Everything are antispasmodic. And this Charya Andhra becomes it's a safer drug. And the second one is highly purgative. At the same time, there can be, in some persons, there can be severe abdominal cramps while giving that. And the most stronger one is nothing but Krimishothini. And the third one is, there is a tablet called as Virechana Gulika. And the fourth one is Vaidya Gulika. So in the chronological order, we can say, we can post like this. Sugabedi to Sugabedi, Krimishothini, Virechana Gulika, and Vaidya Gulika. So the other group I was asked to deal is difference between Bhadradarvadi as well as Valirasnati Kashayam. Valirasnati is nothing but Maharasnati. Like in the Maharasnati, the indications are Sarvanga Kamba, Uchatvi, Pakshadhade, Avahu, like that it continues. And there are some outstanding indications also, like Vandhyatva, etc. So we can say this Bhadradarvadi, only Bhadradaru Nadankushtam, Dasamulam Baladvayam. So these are the only drugs which has been explained in the Shodhanadikana Sangari. Bhadradarvadi is explained in the Sutrasthana, and the other one is explained in Chikitsasthana. So we will compare the properties. We will compare Maharasnati as well as Bhadradarvadi. In case of Brahmana, these factors we can consider: the Brahmanatva, Shulahara nature, Shobhara, Ruksha, action, dosha, dhatu, and practicality. Maharasnati is compared to be more Brahmana than Bhadradarvadi. But at the same time, in Shula Pradhana Vadavyadhis, Bhadradarvadi becomes more effective. Because of the presence of Dashamula, Bhadradarvadi becomes more effective in different kinds of edematous rheumatological or as well as neurological diseases. So, action on doshas. This is Vada Shamana. Specifically, we can say, as by analyzing the indications, specifically we can say Maharasnati is more related to prana and dhyana, as the indications are more of higher brain functions as well as the motility, sperm motility, etc. Sometimes we may feel that how this becomes dhyana is effective in case of motility. It is dhavana. But definitely no. When we see this Vyanu Hudistidam, Krishna Dehajaji Mahajava, and explained that Yona Ucha Shukla Pradivadano. So Yona Ucha Shukla Pradivadano is nothing but the motility, sperm motility. So the Maharasnadi can say that this prana and dhyana, and at the same time Bhadradarvadi has got prana and udana. Specifically we can say this Taudava. And practically different kinds of chronic neurological diseases, probably this oligospermia, asthenospermia, etc. But Bhadradarvadi doesn't have much action on such conditions. With the different kinds of diseases which has got pain becomes the predominant symptom, this Bhadradarvadi becomes more effective. Then the Kalyanaka and Mahakalyanaka. Again, like Tiktaka and Mahadikta. Kalyanaka and another one is Mahakalyanaka. The indications of these both are very interesting, especially this Kalyanaka. So it starts with Varavishala, Vatrela, Devadaru, Mahaushati, and the Mahakalyanaka Again, the almost similar drugs are there. But in case of Kalyanaka Krita, there is no Dravadravya mentioned in the preparation. The Dravadravya used in Kalyanaka Krita is nothing but water. And in case of Mahakalyanaka Krita, the drugs used for the Kalka in Kalyanaka becomes the Kashaya in case of when it comes to the Mahakalyanaka. And he explained the different drugs like Kapikachu, Parni Dvaya, etc. in case of Mahakalyanaka. Along with he adds milk also. So the additional ingredients are there like Kapikachu, Parni Dvaya. We can say this Jivana Panchamula. Jivana Panchamula is extra in case of Mahakalyanaka along with milk. So in case of actions, the Kalyanaka becomes Tikta, Rasapradhana. Up to some extent we can say as Brahmana and more of Vata Pitta Samana. And Mahakalyanaka becomes Madhura Rasapradhana, more Brahmana than Kalyanaka Krita, and it is Sannipata Samana. So basically, practically we can say that different kinds of mental disorders, male and female subfertility, etc. And the same conditions we can give, the same birth. In the acute phase, probably we can go for this Kalyanaka Krita, and this Mahakalyanaka can be considered as a Rasayana. So the Kalyanaka is can considered as Shamana and Mahakalyanaka can be considered as Rasayana. The Indugantam Kashayam and Indugantam Krita. Absolutely, there can be much difference in the properties of Indugantam Krita when it becomes converted to Kashayam. How that happens, we'll see. The ingredients we'll see. Bhudika Daru, Dashamula, Kashaya Siddham, Sakshira Shakpalayutam, Kritam Indugantam. And the indication goes on, Vadamaya, Shaya Mahodara Gulmasulam, Innonada Juraharam, Balavartanam. So, in the case of Kashaya, Pudiga, Devadaru, and Dashamula, when we prepare the Indugantam Krita. And the Kalka is Panchakola and Yavakshara. That is Shakpala. Panchakola Yavakshara, Shakpala and Vajayana. Panchakola and Yavakshara becomes the Kalka. This is in case of Krita. So we know that Panchakola is Kapasamana, Deepana, Pachana. And in case of Krita, it is being added as Karsha Pramana. The major portion of the Krita or the major effective therapeutic efficacy comes from the Kashaya. And that portion imparts this Pudika, Devadaru and Dashamula. When it becomes converted as Kashaya, all the ingredients are taken in the equal quantity. So, and there is additional ingredients in Krita like this Kshira and Krita. So definitely the efficacy is going to be changed. So the textual indication we can say this Vadaroga as I explained, Vadamekshaya, Mahodara, Gulmasulam, Ninnonada Jurahara. That is, Ninnonada Jurahara means nothing but Vadika Jura. So action on dosha is just Vada Pitta Samana. The Indugata Krita becomes Vada Pitta Samana and Indugata Kashaya becomes Vada Kapha Samana or Kapha Samana. Up to some extent we can say as Kapha Samana. This is the basic difference what we have. And practically, we will see. So in the case of respiratory, these are the different conditions where we can use this, both these medicines. Different kinds of respiratory disorders, different kinds of fever, different kinds of GAT disorders. So Vadika or Vada Paitika Kasa or Swasa. Probably clinically we can find out different kinds of dry cough or cough with yellowish tongue. Once the initial phase is over, that is that affect the phase of that Kashaya Panapathyana Dashahaya Linkita. So that phase is over, we can select this Induganta Kritam as an option. At the same time, when it comes to the Induganta Kashaya, the different kinds of acute or subacute cough with virulent discharge, the Induganta Kashaya becomes the more effective option. In case of fever, different kind of chronic fever, where what we say, with the proper Agni Deepti is there. And in case of Indugata Kashaya, it's more effective in different kinds of acute or subacute fever. not in the chronic one. In case of GIT, chronic GERD, where Vata or Vata Pitta predominant symptoms that are exhibited by the patient. At the same time, in Duganda Kashayam, GERD with indigestion or abdominal distension or functional dyspepsia, etc. If the patient exhibits the symptoms like indigestion, abdominal distension, etc., the Kashaya becomes to the more suitable option. No. We'll see some of the presentation, how the case will be presented. A male, 60 years, presented with complaints of severe dry cough with resonance. Since 1 week, associated with throat dryness, headache, and lethargy. What could be the diagnosis and what could be the medicine for use here? This problem seems to be increased immediately after food intake in the early morning, around 3 to 4 a.m. We'll be feeling that, oh, what is the significance of that? Definitely, that time that you have to ask to the patient that at what time he feels. He won't say that at 3 to 4 a.m. at 3 o'clock I am getting cough. He will not be saying that, but still he say that when I wake up for urination, when I pass for urine, the symptoms becomes more increased. What is the significance with that? And the other thing, what are the increasing and relieving factors? Definitely he will explain his complaints were a little bit reduced with if he sips hot water or lime juice acid with sainthawa or normal salt water. When we interrogate more, he will explain that his history of habitual constipation along with disturbance. So the diagnosis can be Vadika Kasa, probably Vadika Kasa. And isn't it? So we can see this Kupitam, Vadaleru Vadam, Shushkora Kantavaktata. Like that it continues. And what is the significance of this? Grishma Ahoratri Bhuktande, Prabhupenti Samirana. Grishma Ahoratri Bhuktande, Prabhupenti Samirana. We can say this Vadika Kasa occurring to the Vada Prakriti persons. The treatment protocol is Anulomana. Initially we can use this Anulomana. Then we can go for this Induganda, Snehapana with Induganda Krita, or with Induganda. Again, if the condition is not still proper for the intake of Snehana, you can select this Induganda Kashaya in the second stage and later go for Induganda Krita. Now, because I explained as Dukshasya Anirajam Kasam Adau Sneheru Vajane. Another case, same symptoms, exactly the same symptoms. The only age, the different factors are, one is age. Previously it was a 60-year-old person of Vada predominant age, and now is a boy, say, Kapha predominant age. All the other symptoms are almost okay. Again, everything is so. His bowel history was normal, but had a history of recurrent loose. Indicates Vadika Kasa happening to Kapha Prakriti person. Here, the first choice becomes again Anulomana only. Samana with Induganda Kashaya. Once that phase is over, then with Brahmana Induganda Kashaya. The first phase, in the first case, if it happened to the Vadika Kasa occurring to a Vada Prakriti person, in the initially itself, after Anuloma, proper Anulomana, we can select this Induganda Kashaya. But if it is to the Vadika Kasa happening to a Kapha Prakriti person, initially there is an intermediate stage where we have to give Induganda Kashaya, and then we can transfer to the Induganda Kashaya. We will see some of the avalehas which have been explained. So different kinds of avalehas are available, isn't it? Again, as I asked previously, whether this much medicines are needed. All have been indicated in Kasa Swasa only. Agastya Rasayana is there, Ushma Rasayana is there, Uddirga di hai, Tari Samatra di hai, Diraksha di hai, Swasa hai. What is the purpose of this much medicine? Can we give can we substitute Agastya Rasayana with Ushma Rasayana? Or can we substitute Uddirga di hai with Tari Samatra di hai? No, the conditions where we have precise conditions where we have to use all these medicines are entirely different. So we'll just see one by one in comparison. So this both has got almost similar combination. That is Agastya Sayana. So each and every ingredient, or each and every formulation, there will be a flag drug who decides the action of that formulation. So if we could identify that flag drug, the further process becomes more easy. So in case of what we say, the Agastya Sayana, we can see or we can say that the flag drugs are nothing but Abhaya and Yava. Have you ever thought what is Abhaya we can say? What is the importance of Yava here? Have you ever seen any yogas which has got indications over this respiratory disease? Where Yava becomes an ingredient. No. So probably that becomes the significance of that ingredient. So yoga, I'll explain that. So the yoga starts with Dasamulam Swayam Yukta, like that, and the action of dosha is Kapha Savana or Kaphavrata Vata. So Kaphavrata Vata, what is the basic line of treatment in Kaphavrata Vata? Kaphavrate Yavannani Jangaran Mudavakshino. Again, here becomes the importance of Yava. And why Abhaya? That will see. The action of Dhatu is Rasa, site of action is Amasya, Pakvasya. By indications, we can see that. And this drug contains Yava, Abhaya, Gudha, Taila, and Krita. Can we find any link between these ingredients? If we could find the link between these ingredients, the nature of that yoga is known to us. So the Yava, as I explained, isn't it? Kaphavrate Yavannani Jangaran Mudavakshino, to prevent the or to treat the Avarana Avastha of Kaphavrata Vata. Why? What is the why Abhaya? But then we have to go for the properties of Yava. Ruksha, Shito, Guru, Swada, Saro, Vit, Vadakrat Yava. So what would be the reason for this Abhaya? To prevent the Vata Vriddhi, which can be produced due to the Abhaya. Yava. Acharya added Abhaya. Then why added Gudha? Or why added Taila and Krita in a Kasa or Swasa predominant indication? Yoga. Again, we have to see how this Abhaya is being added to this. Abhaya is boiled, and that what we say, the boiled Abhaya is being added to the yoga. So what could be the reason? Svinna Sangrahini. Svinna Haritaki is Sangrahi. So to prevent that Sangrahi nature of this Abhaya, this Buddha has came. And again, to prevent the Vada Vriddhi of Yava, might have added Taila as well as Krita. So this could be the mode of action. So if we could find the link, so what could be the link between them? That is nothing but the indication. That is Kaphavrata Vata. So here we can find out the Agastya Sayana. So if a patient comes to you with the symptoms of, so now it's another problem, how to diagnose Kaphavrata Vata. That's okay, nothing. There will be the Vata Vriddhi, but still along with the, or there will be the symptoms of Vata Vriddhi, but that all stages. That could be Kaphavrata Vata. Another one is Mridvigati and Drakshadilekha. Both are indicated. Drakshadilekha is even though it is indicated in pond, but it has got the indications of Vasa and Swasa. Mridvigati, again only 3 ingredients are there. Mridviga, Pippali and Sitopala. And in case of Drakshadi, there are different some more other ingredients are there. So typical indication of this Mridvigadi Lekha is Paitika Kasa only. And in Drakshadilehya, it is Halimaga, Pandu and Kamala. So we will try to compare. So this Mridvigadilehya, probably of Pitta Kapha predominance, with the predominance of Kapha. You can say this Kaphadika, Kapha Pitta Samsarga. And it comes Drakshadi, again Kapha Pitta Samsarga only, but Pitta Adhika, Kapha Pitta Samsarga. The Srodhas, we can say this, it's more, Mridvigadi is more prone to Pranavaha. At the same time, the indications of the Drakshadi is nothing but Pandu, Halimaga, etc., which is a Rasadhadugata or Raktadhadugata Vichara. And this Mridvigadi is Chedana, Lekhana and Kapha Nisaraka. At the same time, Drakshadi is Samana. Initially, basically there are, in Charaka Samhita, Paitika Kasa itself, there are two varieties. He explained this Paitika Kasa with Tanu Kapha and Paitika Kasa with Khana Kapha. So basically, the Tanu Kapha is nothing but what we say, the different kinds of the sputum with a lesser quantity, or just like the Tantumat, etc. is explained. And the Paitika Kasa with the Khana Kapha is the severe, purulent or yellowish purulent discharge. So in case of Mridvigadi, we can say this is more effective in Paitika Kasa with the Khana Kapha and Drakshadi Paitika Kasa with the Tanu Kapha. Now we will see Talisapatradi Vatakam and Talisapatradi Lehi. Is there any difference? Acharya explained, himself explains the difference. Talisapatradi Vataka, we know Vada Slashmatmana, Nahani Pasu Shurtuja, Prasayagariji, etc. The ingredients are similar, except only one. Talisapatradi, then the last ingredient is Shunti, and in Talisapatradi Lehya, it is Abhaya. So Acharya explained Abhaya Nagarasthani, Dadyada Atraja Vikrihi. The Talisapatradi Lehya, in the formulation of Talisapatradi Lehya, if we replace Abhaya with, if we replace Abhaya with Nagara, it can be given in case of constipation. Abhaya Nagarasthane Dadyada Atraja Vikrihi. The same condition, if the patient exhibit with the patient comes to a clinic with constipation, you can select this Talisapatradi Lehya, and with the proper bowel movement, you can select this Talisapatradi Vataka as the options. You can say both are, this Talisapatradi Vataka is Kaphadika Vadakapa Samsarga, Leha is Vadadhika Vadakapa Samsarga. All the other conditions are similar except Vataka is Grahi and Talisapatradi Lehya is Anulomana. Probably Sukumaram, Avaleham, Sukumaram, Kritam. I think Praveen sir has got more information regarding this. So I will just having glimpse. Sukumara. The ingredients are Sukumara Krita, Sukumara Kashaya and Sukumara Avaleha. Ingredients are similar. Except in case of Sukumara Kashaya, the ingredients like Buddha, Krita and Eranda Taila are not there. In case of Sukumara Avaleha, Kshira is also not there. So, action on doshas, when we come there, Sukumara Krita is Sannipada Shamana, Anulomana and Shobhara. Because the major portion of this Sukumara Krita or Sukumara Kashaya is nothing but Punadava. So, the Sukumara Kashaya is Vada Kapasamana, Avaleha is again Vada Kapasamana, Anulomana and Shobhara. Then Saptasara. The yoga is explained in Sahasra Yoga. Indications are Gulma, Vriddhi, Tuni, etc. So, site of action is Koshtha and Shaka. So, different, this Saptasara can be compared with the indications which I explained for this Chiriyantara. probably different kinds of spasmodic pain. Tuni we know that, isn't it? Athoya vedanayadi varcho mutra sthita bindadiva budovasthan. So like that, it's nothing but a spasmodic pain. So the specific anupanas are also mentioned. Gula, Kana, Padu, Hingu, Ajya. So again the yoga is Vata Kapasamana, Sroto Shodhana and Anulomana. At the same time, it is Pitta Vartaka also. So always it is better to avoid this yoga in case of contact the patient who presents with different types of burning sensation or belching, etc. Even though that he exhibits symptoms like GIT symptoms, but better not to be given in case of Pitta Pradam. So this is how I think I took. It's better to, this is the time to conclude, and more of this will be the different kinds of indications, etc. will be dealt with the Praveen sir. And by this, I would like to thank once again to the organizers of this CME. I'm happy to share if you have any doubts that which is beyond my knowledge, I will just find out and get back to you. Anyway, once again, thank you for the patient listening, even though the topic is quite boring. I don't know how much I could convey myself, but still, once again, I request my sincere thanks to all the participants. Great practitioners. I set any process for us also.
I usually give it for PCOD. I'm not talking about the dosha or this clinical indication is I usually prescribe this medicine PCOD and we have a control this. Second thing, as I am practicing cancer therapy, the brain metastasis, in such cases we can see lot of delirium, restlessness in these conditions. Along with the Aushadhalaya, we have a case with CA pancreas in which the patient has an excruciating pain in the stomach and he has put on morphine and the patient brought to our clinic with a lot of restlessness and difficult to understand other things. So we still don't know whether it is due to the morphine induced malaria or brain waste. In that condition, Mahavishnu is very much helpful, and after 1 month the patient expired. But we could give much relief in this symptom with the concussion. And second thing regarding the Induvana cortical school of thoughts. Usually we give it cardiac conditions along with pulmonary concussion. That's our practice, and we can see some changes in the symptoms. Regarding the usually we use liver metastasis in cancer clinic. Especially we give it exclude a lot of we are giving cholangiocarcinoma, the cancer of gallbladder disease is very helpful. There is a tumor marker called AFP, alpha beta protein. This particular definition is helpful to reduce its count.
Additionally, during the break, there is a design area where you can explore Ayurvedic products, literature, and resources. Take this opportunity to deepen your understanding of Ayurveda and explore new avenues for growth. Please come early to attend the next program like
मैंने एक मीटिंग वाले नहीं मिलेगा
केले का कार्ड कॉपी करून ठेव ना.
कार्ड एवढं सांगितलंच नाही.
किती भरले?
कार्ड कार्ड धरलं काय कर त्यासाठी बटन असं ऑफ करायचं. हां स्लाईड कर मागं बटन असं
कुठे?
तिथंच हा फक्त ते
अच्छा, हां.
खाली
हां.
आडवं बटन स्लाईड कर
मागे?
लाईट बंद होईल. हां Hal. Ramai, cheek.
Good afternoon, doctor. I'm Dr. Deepak. Actually, we are a professional who does the professional help and support for the doctors all around India, actually. So, this is a small methodology in how we could collect the suggestions of the doctors and how we could improve our service and support to the doctors around India. So actually we have made a small board-like thing. Actually, it contains only 8 questions. You just fill the questions and give us the solutions so that we can improve ourselves to help you to improve. So you can scan this QR code and just give us a valuable suggestions on the questions actually. So please spare a few minutes for this thing. After this thing, we'll definitely immediately go for the next session. Thank you.
थोड़ा सा ट्राई कर क्लिक कर फोटो स्कॅन करा खूप छान
Welcome back everyone. If anyone has doubts regarding previous session, please feel free to ask your doubts. If you have any doubts regarding QR code, you can ask us. Now we are moving to our next session. With gratitude and anticipation, I would like to invite our next key speaker. Dr. Vaidya, sir, completed his BMS from Kottakkal Ayurveda College in 1996 and has pursued his post-graduation. He joined ABS in 1998 and has worked in the various departments in areas which includes production side, clinical departments as well as research area. He has worked outside Kerala in branch clinics of areas in Chennai and Delhi. He has experience in pain and palliative care in cancer patients. He is now working as senior physician in Cancer Care Clinic, Charitable Hospital, Kottakkal. Let's welcome our esteemed guest speaker to the stage, Dr. Vaidya, sir.
Heavy lunch, it's difficult to hear all these things. So this time, not like Dr. Jitesh, I am mainly focusing on my experience on clinical aspects rather than the of these medicines. I have given certain formulation, what I have done, what's my experience, and that's what I am going to narrate you. And mostly I want to get back from you. What's your experience in this treatment with these medications? That's what I want to know. So, most of the time, many of the medicines have got a general indication. That means sneha. So, what's sneha? Sometimes we don't have any specific indication, and sometimes specific indications are provided for several conditions with single medicine or a combination of medicines. So that I will go on to the detail in later slides. And my views on treatment principles that every physiology and every pathology has got some pathways. The human body, like whether we say that srotas, the body is made up of srotas. What I say is that the all the body conditions or physiology or pathology are made up of pathways. So specific pathways are responsible for specific physiological or pathological activities. If, for an example, if we say about osteoarthritis of the pain, there may be more than one pathways which is causing this problem. So when we select a medicine, I think it's my view that this medicine is going to act or manipulate the particular pathway. This is my view of the treatment principles. So this is why I select this medicine in various disease conditions. So manipulating the pathway with specific medicine or a combination of medicine is the key. Most of the, when it's for the back pain also, amenorrhea, there are a lot of times and we have to treat amenorrhea. So we give specific medicine for that to induce the periods. So during my study, what I thought is that the medicine is acting particularly on the uterus. But now I understand it is somewhat deeper. But it may be from the brain function the medicines are acting. So there may be some pathways which may act our medicines accordingly. So the correct, the proper medicine in the proper pathway is the key for treatment. That also in certain conditions when we give medicine for osteoarthritis, sometimes the pain may come down with some of the medicine, and sometimes the medicine is not active. We have to choose some other medicine. That means the pain on that particular area is caused with some of other pathways. So according to the pathways, sometimes we may have to change the medicines also. So lock and key mechanism, the specific for each lock. That specific key is should be potent enough. There is a saying in Vaidya that na doshana, na doshana, na cha pumsam parishna, na deshasya karyasya karyavatra rasachikasa. It's particularly about the rasachikasa, but it should be applicable to herbal medicines also. If your medicine is potent enough, you will get the result rather than dosha or dosha. So the medicine should be correct. The medicine should be very potent. So moving on to each of the medicine section. I had done some Guliga yogams. First thing is Kaivisha Pariyari Guliga. How many of you have used Kaivisha Pariyari? Please raise your hand. Any other? Any other doctors? Kaivisha Pariyari, I have also very limited experience in treating because the cost of the medicine is much high. It contains 12 drugs in which Somna and Shika, Somna are the mineral medicines. It is prepared in Pavanized in 7 days, and Ayurvishwa water. It's in the tablet form. The medicines which have got Devana property, Vaidya property, and Rasayana property. Usually these medicine is given for the mental disorders. Which mental disorder that I will explain you later. Sarvan Garagadan Doshan Andyeda Asamshaya. So Sarvan Garagadan Doshan. That is the indication, textual indication. This is again my views about the Gara. What is Gara? Gara is a toxin. Toxin can be of two types, Bahya and Arya. Bahya means which come from outside, like food infection or some chemicals what we consume, inhalation of fumes, all this comes under. So here, Kala Andrena, I mean it will become less potent and will be circulated with the body. That is called Gara Bahya. But this is the example for Bahya Gara. As Abhyantara, due to dosha imbalance, means that every time the body tries to balance the dosha equilibrium. So when a dosha imbalance happens, the body will try to balance this. So some excess amount will be discarded and it will be circulated. It can be quantitative as well as the quality of the dosha can also be in question. So, when these excess of these things are eliminated, or it will be circulated among the body. It is called ama and got the visha sapnya. There is the definition of the ama. Usually there is another definition for ama. Ama is a visha and it may circulate around the body. So this is my view on the Visha. I mean, it can be of Bahya or it can be Abhyantara also. So most of the time what we say is that this is Abhyantara. And the property of this Abhyantara is that it circulates throughout the body. Sometimes we can, or my interpretation is that we can interpret it as free radicals which circulates around the body. So, same like if the free radicals circulates around the body, when kaladibalam labdhva, when the time arrives, it may get stuck into a particular area of the body and it causes kantan, kritsran, whatever. So the type of diseases will be different with the same cause. So the treatment for this type of disease, the Garavishwa is Shodhana and Hridayavarana Chikitsa using Swarna. That is the textual reference for treating Garavishwa. So most of the slides I use my indication. It is like that. What I have given this particular combination or particular medicine in which condition. So my indication for Garavishwa is delusions. Delusions means doubts. There are many patients who have doubts, pathological doubts. Everybody has got doubts. Certain patients have a lot of unwanted doubts or OCD. That is called delusions. And low self-esteem. So, and guilty conscious. Abnormal logics. Abnormal logics. I have to say a story about a patient. The first time I have seen a patient with Ayurvishwa when I am studying third year of my BAMS. We have a very large mental hospital in government sector in Kottakkal. So a lot of patients are coming there, and I have seen first time I have seen a schizophrenia case. So the patient was asking, he is the first person who called me doctor. So doctor, I have a doubt. Yeah. You know primary colors. Okay. Blue, green, red, blue. So when we mix the primary colors, it will become white. Am I right or not? Yes. So my question is that if you use vitamin tablets of the primary colors and take all these things, will the person will become fair? This is called abnormal logic. So at that time, I found out that he has some problem with this logic. Some of the questions what he asked may be very difficult to answer. One of his questions was that mango tree has branches, jackfruit tree has. Why coconut tree has no branches? How can we answer them? These are some abnormal logics these questions are. In this condition, Ayurvishwa has very good result. I am not saying that schizophrenia is 100% curable, but in this condition it's helpful. And cognitive disorder. There are two types of disorders. One is behavioral disorders. What we can see in other person can see that these changes. Cognitive disorder behind that curtain. What is his thought process? The problem with the cognition. In this condition also, Ayurvishwa is very helpful. Again, personality disorder, I interpret personality disorders as graha. Like many persons are with imitate certain, that's why they are called graha. So we have got many other personality disorders like addictions, Facebook or YouTube or this Instagram, all these are addictions. So in this condition also, Ayurvishwa is good. Coming to the Gara part, autoimmune diseases that like Ayurvishwa like rheumatoid arthritis. Not it's one thing is that it's very costly. We cannot give it very continuously on that. So after the treatment, proper treatment of like Vaidya chikitsa, for a certain period we give in other cases. In psoriasis cases also we can give. Generally we consider rheumatoid arthritis or psoriasis as an autoimmune disease, so we can give Aushadhalaya gulika. So sir, we have to think about the substitute. What I give is that Gobi Chandana gulika, Ayurvishwa, which is rather very cheap and cost wise. So I use Gobi Chandana gulika for further use. Moving on to another yoga, Manasavitra Vadanam. How many of you have used Manasavitra Vadanam? Many of you. Why not Aushadhalaya gulika? So there are, it's a very big yoga, 61 drugs, and of that Swarna, Pravada, Rajada, Tapya, Loha, Shiraj, mineral drugs. It's very huge, hectic process. 7 Bhavana Sejin, Brahmi Sarasam, Changoshri Kashayam, Vaja Kashayam, Durva Sarasam, Lakshmana Sarasam, Vilya Kashayam, Velamula Kashayam, Gokshiram, Jiraka Kashayam, so 7 days each. So it's a very hectic process. Yoga. All the Hora, Mother Musha, Ayurvishwa, Ayurvishwa, all these things we can Vaidya, creativity, Manodosha, sleep disorders, these are the textual indications. My indication is that clarity of thoughts. I have another story for the Manasavitra. It's about me. During my MD studies and the final MD examination, the exam-related stress, I have to take. I took Manasavitra for quite some time, and it's okay. I passed it when good marks, but somehow I could reduce the stress with this Manasavitra. That's not what it's my personal experience. Poor memory, restlessness. That's one point I would like to explain. Stress, the restlessness, Manasavitra. Clarity of thoughts. Anxiety, depression, delusions, neurosis, all these things we can do. Sleep disorders. It will regularize the sleep. So we can give one tablet at a bedtime. It gives a pattern, gives a pattern for us. And applicable to the Kera or Sorna, we can give the autoimmune diseases. But it contains Sorna, we cannot keep it for a quite long time. And we, as I am working in the cancer clinic, we do patients with a lot of brain metastasis and brain tumors of various etiology like glioma, astrocytoma. They have different symptoms like from headache to cognitive thought disorders and restlessness. Manasavitra is very good. That also we cannot give for continuously, but it gives result. Cost is a matter. And in Kerala we have a practice of giving Uramarana for small kids like 6 months old. It contains Rudraksha, Vaja, Sorna, and they are with honey. So the patients, the people who are not in Kerala, collecting all these medicines will be difficult. So what my suggest is that you can use Uramarana. Manasavitra as a Uramarana for a short period. Side effects. It's again my experience that when we stop the Manasavitra, many of the patients, including me, had bad dreams for a week. How many of you have this problem? Many of people have given, doctors have given Manasavitra. Have you noticed any such side effect? No. Please notice when we stop the Manasavitra, many of the patients say that I have some bad dreams. So please check it. So substitute again Gobi Sangadi Gulika. Gobi Sangadi is a pediatric medicine, but it induces sleep pictures. So going to other is why how many of you had Vaidya, it contains it contains 44 drugs. Gaya, Tangana, Hingula, Yasuna, Kanta, Manasina, Anjana. So, Bhavana in Jiragatravaga. Samira Vaidya, Sarva Arthina, Hingula. So, usually, Vaidya is sometimes we think that it's related to some stomach problems, but mainly it is due to pulmonary disorders like Udana Vayu Vikara. And one is Jiragatravaga, or it can be given better. My indications are breathlessness, dyspnea on exertion, like lung edema cases, pulmonary edema cases, there will be a lot of dyspnea on exertion. Even the patient cannot go to the toilet, there will be a lot of dyspnea on exertion. In that condition, Vayu with bitter juice is very good. And angina, I have some 6 or 7 patients in which there are some above 80 patients, they have angina pain, Vayu with Sringavasma. We have a Sringavasma earlier in Ayurvishwa, which is bad and it's not. So a combination of Vayu with Sringavasma gives instant relief to the angina pain. I'm not like angina will be cured with this medicine, but the pain will come down with this medicine. But the Sringavasma is not available. Now I use Kalyana Charam with Vayu for this angina pain. You can try it. And hiccups, it is good. The respiratory tract infection, CA has like cancer cases. Lung asthma cases, we have a lot of breathlessness, a lot of flood protection. In this condition, Vayu is very good. Again, it contains so much, we cannot give it a long time. That is the only disadvantage. The particular indication is the pain of the flanks, rib pain, and Vayu is very much. There are a lot of substitutes. We can give original, but the particular incidence of angina, it is most effective with the Vayu, not substitutes. Aushadhalaya, there are a lot of substitutes according to the condition. Adverse reaction, I have not seen anyone. Actually, Dr. Jidesh already explained. There are small, all type of stomach disorders we can get. It got 9 ingredients, but it contains hingula. Bhavana in Varakoda, 3 Bhavana in Varakoda. Ayurvishwa is Shigurutha Grasa. Sevi Mudrama in Nation, that means abdominal, colic, and digestive disorders. That is my interpretation on this Sevi Mudrama in Nation. The dose, maximum dose I give is 1 tablet 3 times a day with warm water, or it can be swallowed also actually. Is in the tablet form, they can swallow instead of mixing with the warm water. They can swallow it. How many of you are using Chariandavada? Only one. 2. Some pediatric patients have colic in the stomach. When we go for ultrasound, we can see lymph node enlargement. It gives immense pain with spasmodic type. In that condition, we can use very effectively. We can treat this condition with Chariandavada. Spasmodic pain, renal pain, but renal colic, renal calculate pain can be reduced with the Chariandavada. Another thing, the dysmenorrhea. It is painful menstruation can be reduced with Chariandra. It's proven actually. I have experience in treating Chariandra related with the chocolate system of ovary. As Dr. Jidesh told, Vaidya Andragulalam is a purgative. It is not given for any other condition. It is only for the purgation. It's a very strong purgative that start with milder form of the. In fact, he was telling about the tablets. We have other medicines in Ayurvishwa, like we have many terms used, Anilomanam, Malabhadrakam, Rehanam, many other terms used for the passing of vowels. So to induce that, start Ayurveda is good. It's a nutritive. We can use Abhaya for having motion. It contains the which irritates the stomach, intestine, and it purgates. So always be careful with Vaidya Andragulalam. Equivalent to Vaidya Andragulalam in the amount of delivery is Visragasneham. It's in the ghee form. And we had a research going was done in Visragasneham in pain and palliative care in Calicut Medical College. The morphine induced constipation. For the pain killing purpose, they give morphine, and the main side effect of the morphine is severe constipation. Mr. name was given wonderful result. Morphine induced constipation. Vaidya Andragulalam can also be given because it contains a lot of depth. But be careful, it can cause chronic pain. Any of the other indication we don't give Vaidya Andragulalam. Only for purgation purpose I give Vaidya Andragulalam. So there may be Gulmoga or all this, but give Vaidya Andragulalam only for the purgation purpose. So moving on to Kashayam section, I had 2 or 3 Kashayams. One is Vidal Kashayam. How many of you? 1. There are 13 ingredients. Anivanam is Hingu, Pipal is Ingutaksharam, types of Udarashura, Gulma. So, I use Vidal Kashayam in very different indications, mainly in the gynecological disease, adenomyosis. Nowadays, adenomyosis is very common. Fibroid is very common. You can successfully treat this Kashayam. As a doctor at the Buckingham Cancer Clinic, we use Vidal Kashayam in CA ovary case also. In CA ovary, the CA 125 is a tumor marker. So when the CA 125 increases, the oncologist advises for the chemotherapy. So in that condition, many of the cases we were able to reduce the value of the CA 125 with the Vidal. I usually prefer, since Kshara is the indicated Anuvana, so I use Kalyana Kshara in the Vidal. So I would like to give 2 cases with proof with the Vidal Kashayam. The particular case is a CA breast case. CA breast case is, as you already know, there are 2 types of CA breast cases, like estrogen positive or estrogen receptor negative. If the patient is having estrogen ER positive, that means the presence of estrogen in the body tries to, there's a chance of recurrence if the estrogen level is high in the blood. So usually they, after the oncology treatment, they give anti-estrogen tablets, anti-hormone is called tamoxifen, to reduce the amount of estrogen in the blood. But the main problem with that tamoxifen is that it can have endometrial thickness and it will lead to cancer. So that is the problem with the tamoxifen. This particular case is a CA breast case having 44 years. I mean, she is 44 years. After the successful treatment of CA breast, she was put on tamoxifen, and suddenly she developed bulky uterus with features of adenomyosis, and the endometrial thickness is 15.7. This is the last May it happened, and I had given viral Vaidya Kashayam with Kalyanaksharam twice a day. After a month, we can see that it became mild adenomyosis, and endometrial thickness has come to 8.4 mm. And after 2 months of treatment, the adenomyosis has gone, and the endometrial thickness 6.6 mm. So we have stopped. So 3 months medicine I have given. So this is one of the experience with the treating adenomyosis as a side effect of tamoxifen. But these type of cases do come to our cancer clinic very frequently. We get lot of cases of adenomyosis as a result of or endometrial thickness as a result of tamoxifen. The treatment for these type of cases, they immediately go for hysterectomy, thinking that it may ultimately change to endometrial cancer. That's importance. Another case is osteoblastoma. It's again a giant cell tumor of the bone. She has got osteoblastoma of femur, and she got operated, and she was taking medicine. Suddenly she developed adenomyosis, not related to any medicine, but she developed. The picture is not clear. It is 12th October 2022. She has adenomyosis. And initial report is in the 12th October 12th. Again, on the January 2022, I have taken the test and no significant abnormality detected. The adenomyosis has gone only with the viral Vaidya Kashayam Kalyanaksharam. Please try this medicine, fibroid uterus as well as adenomyosis with Kalyanaksharam. The problem with the Kalyanaksharam, it contains Adishkaram. Some of the patient may arise allergic problem like itching. If the patient is having itching, please stop Kalyanaksharam. That's it.
Dose of Kalyanaksharam? Dose of Kalyanaksharam?
We give 2 grams.
2 grams. Per
2 to 3 grams per dose.
Per dose.
So twice day. Brahmi Drakshati Krishna. How many of them? 2. Good. Any question? Which condition you give Brahmi Drakshati Krishna?
Most of the mental conditions, psychological conditions.
Psychological. And you, sir?
Insomnia.
Premenopausal.
So, the textual indications, all types of Varavyadi and pain. I usually give the stroke, hemorrhagic type of stroke I give it. Psychological disturbances like anxiety, irritability. Irritability, you can give restlessness, you can give depression. And another fever also you can give. Another important indication is burning sensation, diabetic neuropathy, all type of neuropathy, it gives very good result with the regular. Dose as you know, twice daily before food. Dr. has explained that it contains 27 ingredients. The thing is that it contains Kashayam, Kritam, Leham, all these ingredients wise. So it can be given in gynecological conditions as well as gastrointestinal disease as per the text. My indication is that it is like suitable type of medicine. I prefer it in the menopausal syndrome, dysmenorrhea, irregular periods. Sukumaran Kashayam does not induce the periods, it regulates the periods. And again, that menopausal restless anxiety, it gives good result. And other things, acid peptic disease, APD, it is very effective. So, Saptasaran Kashayam is again 7 ingredients are there. Wheat Bandha, Manyamandha, Rujamata Madi. Again, gynecological diseases, gastrointestinal diseases, and Anapana is Gula, Pikari, Sindhuta, Hindu, Krita. I usually give to induce periods, dysmenorrhea. It's not like a soothing medicine, it is somewhat like Shodhana. So here we can give this Saptasaran Kashayam and stock-like cyst and uterine fibroid, we can give Saptasaran Kashayam. How many of you have Saptasaran Kashayam? Okay. Yeah, oh. Everything with the gynecological condition, other than gynecological condition, any?
कट्याश्रितवात
Eh?
कट्याश्रितवात शाखाश्रितवात कट्याश्रितवात
Means
कटिगतवात कटिगतवात yes
it's a good indication. And urinary calculi also it has got result. And I have a patient in which a CA prostate case. The problem in the previous one case I could reduce the PSA with Saptasaran Kashayam. So we can try all these medicines in various conditions. Other conditions, Kulatari Kashayam. Only 4 ingredients. Arthava Shoda is the Parasakshara Samishram, Arthava Shoda. Anivaram is Parasakshara. How many of you only for gynecological problem? I usually give the secondary amenorrhea cases. I usually give the amenorrhea cases, secondary amenorrhea cases, and scanty by there may be having periods, but it's very scanty. So, unless like Sukumara Kashayam, it induces the periods. Again, I have one story. It's called earthen chester disease. It's a very, very rarest of an human case. Some only 500 cases are reported worldwide. One case came in Kottakkal. She is only 16-year-old. So she had pain all over the body when she came to Kottakkal with the normal medication. She became asymptomatic, but secondary amenorrhea happened. So in that case, within a week of she didn't need to finish the 1 bottle of Kashayam. Before that, it happened. So the main Anubhava of the Kulatari Kashayam is Parasakshara. So we have a Parasakshara in Kottakkal. Mix this Parasakshara in Kulatari Kashayam twice daily. It gives. So when the period starts, stop this medicine. Sukumara nothing but it's Sukumara Kashaya Yoga. The differences Dr. Jidesh has already explained. Besides gynecological, how many of you have it? Sukumara Leham? Only one. Sukumara Leham, I prefer to give it acid peptic disease along with Chandravasam. Especially the symptom of dry cough on lying position. It is a classical indication of acid peptic disease. In that condition, Sukumara Leham with Chandravasam once or twice a day, it's only quick relief. Cataxia is the loss of body weight, in which we are using Sukumara Leham in many of the cancer cases. One of the main symptoms is that other case is the loss of weight. To maintain that or at least arrest the further loss. But the thing is that it contains some of the lab studies says that it contains phytoestrogens. So the patients having estrogen positive receptor, please don't give it. Dry cough is mainly due to the acid reflux disease. Amrasaras Dasana. How many of you have given Amrasaras? Shukla asti Srava Nasanam. So as you know, this is given the gynecological condition like Pradhara, white discharges from the vagina. You can give any type of vaginal discharge, you can give Amrasaras. It's very difficult to take. Taste well is not at all good, but it can be given. For the male patients, we can give the premature ejaculation. There are a lot of patients who complain about ejaculation problems. We can give it in premature ejaculation. The male patients with night emission, it can be given. Other than this thing, you can give the urinary tract infection. For the male patient, premature ejaculation, you can give prostate enlargement. I am not having what the cancers of the CA prostate. It's a benign prostate enlargement. You can give it. We cannot say that the enlargement will come down, but the symptoms of BPH can be reduced, like number of urination at night, the burning sensation after the urination can be reduced with Amrasaras. I don't have any experience that the size of the prostate comes down. I don't have, but the symptoms will come down with the Amrasaras. Again, nighttime urination, the frequency of urination during night can be reduced. Amrasaras. Savaramadatvam, you know, has Savaramadatvam producing in Ayurvishwa, no? But in my early days of practice, I used to give Savaramadatvam, not that much. But we can see lot of stamba, manya stamba, manastamba, griva stamba. What I calculate this stamba as in modern term is spasticity. Like in the UAM lesion, we can see spastic hemiplegia, also we can see spastic conditions. Cervical spondylitis condition, we can use Savaramadatvam. UT also it is good, because in the urinary action and urinary system also it has got role. Only one case I had this experience in reducing the renal colic with Savaramadatvam. I usually don't use Savaramadatvam for colic, but accidentally it happened. For some other reason I have given, but the patient said that renal colic has come down. Only one case, I don't have much experience in renal colic. This is actually, it is good to reduce the increased frequency of urination, usually related with benign prostate enlargement, urinary. Again, in one case, I agree with the severe ovary cases, only one case, it helped to improve the symptoms related to severe ovary. Mainly, that symptom was related to urination, not the gynecological problem. Shalmali, we don't have Shalmali nowadays. In my earlier practice, I used to give Shalmali. Pramehan, Nikhilan, Hanti, Shuklameham, Visheshada, Clivium, Dadukshayam, Shosham, Kasam, Chedat, Khatam. It is the yoga from Vaishya's Ratnavali. So the increased urination, how many of you, sir, shall we leave? Sir, which indications are? Gynecology. So you usually give the nocturia and night tension. The combination medicines can be premature ejaculation again, it is good. Any type of vaginal discharge, but nowadays Ayurvishwa is not making ejaculation. Usually I don't have a lot of experience with Mahasana because frankly speaking, it contains all these things. Vasa, Mancha, all these things. So I have some instincts to give it. I said, doctor, I should not say like that, but I have a limited experience. But what usually it can be given for all purpose. Vana, Nasi, Abhyanga, all these things. I usually give for internal purpose if the patient is okay with that medicine. It is very, along with some kashaya, Vadashana kashaya, it can be given. It is Brahmana in nature. So the other kashaya, Vadavyadi, it can be given safely. So it can also be given as Abhyanga also. Veshi Shosham can be given in Mahasana. How many of you have used Mahasana? For which purpose, sir?
Osteoporosis, crucial patient.
Any other? Basically, I told you, there are two types of medicine, general indication, specific indication. I didn't get any specific indication for Mahasneha, so it is, I consider this as a general medicine. For a Snehana purpose, we can use it. That only I can say. I use it, I do give it as a Brahmana in the Dhatu Shaya Vadavyadi. I come into the last portions. There are two types of surgery that I can Ayurvishwa. Cheria surgery and Vaidya surgery. Cheria surgery is small and Vaidya surgery is small. So there are other forms of surgery. Cheria surgery like that. In our form surgery 14 is there. So it is the same combination. They use for the hour piece. How many of you Cheria surgery? Uttaravasti. Anivasana. So she said that she uses for PCOD Anivasana Cheria surgery. So I give it for mostly internal users, because it is a form of this I give it as an internal medicine. See, sometimes we do fight that how we give this medicine differentiate. Vaidya surgery, this surgery. So I came to conclusion that above hip problems we can do Charya because it is given as internal medicine. So below hip we give Vaidya surgery. That is the one logic I use. We may call it abnormal logic, but that is the logic what I use. For above hip we give it as Charya surgery. So it contains our piece surgery, 7 surgery, 14 surgery, 1 it is surgery. Aushadhalaya. Vaidya Aushadhalaya is one of the, I write it very, very common in my practice. All type of pain, all the Arya you can easily write Vaidya Aushadhalaya. The best combination with the Vaidya Aushadhalaya is Vaidya Aushadhalaya. This is a particular combination in Kerala practice that it gives intense acute relief for the pain. So any type of Vada Vyadi you can give Vaidya Aushadhalaya with Kottakkal. And Other indication, the specific indication is varicose vein. You can apply Vaidya upward direction. It gives very good. I'm not really saying that varicose vein can be corrected, but symptoms related to varicose vein can be reduced with Vaidya upward muscles. Good combination by the right. By that, I have finished all these problems. So if you have any doubt or if you have anything to add, please contact me regarding suggestions or this is only my clinical experience. I told you that I am just avoiding all this dosha, all these things. And my indication of what this medicine is given for you is clinical. So if you have all the doctors have different indications. Sometimes in the group it is difficult they might do in public. So please contact me. My contact details are here. Thank you. Anyone can contribute these yogams, please. Whether Ayurvishwa can be given in autism. Good question. It can be given. We have a government department. So they have the medicine which contains now. It's good. Again, with the mental sort of indication, we can give. But you can give. But the thing is that Aushadhalaya and Ayurvishwa contain gold. So over usage is not indicated. And prolonged use is also not indicated. So for a shorter period, to reduce the restlessness, it is good, definitely. But personally, I don't have any experience. It is from my or increasing. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Definitely. See, autism, we can compare the childish form of schizophrenia. Because schizophrenia, the problem with schizophrenia, they have abnormal logic and lack of eye contact and highly centric manners. They are living in single as a single. They don't think with others. Autism people also have this. My suggestion is that if the patient is too hyperactive, do not go for Ayurveda, go for some Krirdams. Because Krirdam can be given for a longer time. Please,
sir, in autism cases, what are the preparation you use in your center? Autism patient.
The question is that what are the combinations we use in our clinical practice for autism cases? See, we can give Brahmidakshara, we can use Kalyana, we can use it. Because this is a chronic disease which has to, medicines has to be given for a quite long time. Only medications not given. Counseling, other therapies are also needed. So, Krirdam will be because most of the patients will be hyperactive. To reduce that, Ghritam-based medicine will be ideal.
Sir, any experience about Vaidya group? You use in which conditions?
Vaidya is mostly given in the urinary diseases. It can be safely given in urinary tract infection with another response as a combination we can give it. We have an experience in treating carcinoma of urinary bladder cases with Vaidya. But the thing is that in carcinoma cases, we don't give Vaidya as a standard. Other medicines are there are other medicines. As a combination, we can get Vaidya. Basically, it is bladder-based diseases.
So I have got good results in blockage of fallopian tube. It is very good.
How many times a day? Or?
Sir, twice a day, 10 ml.
Any other Ayurveda?
Sir, lukewarm water.
No problem. How long you have to give it?
Sir, 1.5 months.
Good. Very good. Thank you.
Patients who are ER positive and HER2 test also positive. Breast cancer patients who are ER positive and they have also HER2 test positive. In some patients we see uterine adenomyosis. So these patients can be affected with
and Kalyanakshara.
okay, but and also the recurrence.
What I was saying that there are many cases without ER tamoxifen, it happens.
But many times,
Fibromucus or
but the patients who are on treatment with the Herceptin are benefited.
Yes, definitely we can. Thank you, sir.
Anyone has queries? Please feel free to ask.
Any experience about stones, false
Gallstone, I don't say I have experience. I have. There are 2-3 things we have to ask about the gallstone. Age of the patient, size of the stone, the symptom they produce, or the position of the stone in the kidney or bladder. So, my experience is that the youngest patient I have ever treated is 2 years. Actually, when I was working in Chennai, the patients had a lot of recurrent urinary stone. But it was a failure. It's a genetic problem that the patient, the boy is having recurrent urinary stones, and I couldn't succeed. The biggest stone I have treated is 2.4 centimeter. 2.4 centimeter. So what I use is that there are 2 types of problems. One thing, the renal, the associated symptoms. Second thing, the stone, presence of stone. So the main problem with the renal stone is the renal colic. And we can grade this pain into mild, moderate, or severe pain. If the patient is having severe pain, rush to allergy hospital. If the pain is somewhat mild to moderate, Chandanasavam, there is an item called Chandanasavam in Ayurvishwa, which has got very good relief result with renal colic. So, Chandanasavam can be given in the renal colic to reduce the pain. Usually, I use Veeradaradi Kashaya. We have got a Kashaya called Veeradaradi Kashaya in a combination of Kalyanakshara. Though the Kalyanakshara is indicated in Arsa's indications is that it is good for the the combination of Yogatatvam and Kalyanakshara definitely reduces the size of the stone. Most of the time the urine is yeah, solution 15 ml. Yeah. You can give Kalyanakshara to higher dose, 2 to 3 grams per dose. The Chandanasavam reduces the renal colic. The other thing is that some 50-60 years back, in allopathy side also, the doctors give sandal oil to reduce the renal colic. there is a practice, but they have moved forward. Nowadays, they are not using sandalwood for reducing pain, but Chandrasana is good to reduce the rear body. So, how long we have to give this medicine? Earlier in my practice, I was afraid to go for checkup. Maybe with a small short span. Nowadays, definitely within 1 month, definitely we can go for a checkup. Definitely we have a lot of cases in which there is a lot of relief. The treatment of cancer is not sometimes curing the disease. It may be a supportive treatment, it may be symptomatic treatment. Our statistics say that 80% of the cases who come to our clinic doesn't have any symptoms related to the cancer. Most of 80% of cancer cases is having difficulties related to oncology treatment. After the surgery, after the chemotherapy, after the radiation, they are suffering a lot with this medication. See, the cancer part, they may be having cure with the oncology, but the symptoms is, for an example, the main side effect of the chemotherapy, rather than hair fall, I'm not talking about this thing, numbness of the extremities, pain in the legs. It is the most dreadful symptom and side effects of the chemotherapy, which can be managed. Other than that, we do, we do have an oncologist near the hospital. He usually refers oral cancer cases after the radiation. So, through the radiation, the parotid glands, salivary glands get destroyed, and the main problem is the dryness of the mouth. The dryness of the mouth is really sometimes we may think that is it such a serious, even for a rice grain, we have to take a cup of water. So in that cases, we can successfully treat diabetes. Some kavalam gandoshan, some poison. So your case is successfully treated. What we define success, that is what we have to debate, because some of the time it may be cure, some of the time it may be a palliation, sometimes it may be a supportive treatment, sometimes it is symptomatic treatment. Most of the time it is to improve the quality of life.
What is special medicines you are using in that case?
There are a lot of medicines which may not be available in the, we don't have any license to sell the medicine to public. So for our purpose, we prepare the medicine and give to the patients. So it may not be available in the leadership or distributors. That is a fact. And we do get a lot of cases from this area. We usually treat 60 to 70 cases a day, cancer cases, of which 10 to 15 cases are from Lato, Nanded, Outlook, such area.
Sir, we are truly grateful for the depth of knowledge and expertise you have shared with us today. Thank you so much, sir.
Very good evening. Regarding the morning session, I just had some queries. I don't know who is the person who asked. Anyway, it was It's quite interesting and the questions are quite relevant. The first one, Ghrida preparation. Why all dravyas are not taken in Kvatha? What is the role of Kalka dravya? Who are not Gandha dravya, Prakshepa dravya. Okay, usually in the pharmacology we can say that the drugs which are water soluble used as kashaya, Kvatha, and which are fat soluble which are used as Kalka, or what we need to be used as whole. And if you observe, we can see that most of these Kalka dravyas will be have got more of Tikshna guna. Ushna or may not be Ushna, probably of Tikshna or Ruksha guna, etc. If we use it in Kashaya, the potency may be increased more, and the Kalka being the lesser quantity. So we may need the use of such medicine. What we say, the properties we need, but not as that much higher quantity. So that's the reason for this different kinds of factors, as Kalka, Kvatha, Swarasa, etc. So the same we can see the in Prakshepa dravya in Kvathas also. So for example, I think in the best example I can say is the Vyakrati Kashaya. So hope you all know that Vyakrati Kashaya. Only 3 drugs are there. Vyakri, Shundhi, Amrita, Kvatha, Pipali, Churna, Samyuta. Why didn't Acharya include this Pipali in Kvatha? If he can explain 3, why can't he explain 4 also? There lies the context. The very previous sloka explains Ushma Pitatrade Nasti Jalo Natyushmano Vina Tasmat Pitta Viruddhani Tajet Pitathiyatikam. So we need the Sotoshodhana Sushma Guna properties of Pipali, but we don't need that extent as the Kvatha. That should not be increasing Pitta. So this is the basic context of Kalka dravya as well as Kvatha dravya. And you can see, absolutely there is no Kvatha yoga explained in Jala Chikitsa where Pipali is explained as Kvatha. Pipali Mula is there. There is one, the very next sloka is Abhya Pipali Mula Dikashaya. So that is Pipali Mula is used. Pipali Mula is different from Phala Pipali. So that's the reason how we have to select. There will be some logic in all the verses of Acharya that we have to find out. That's the thing. And the second question, Padala Mula Dikashaya, Mamsarasa is okay, Anupana. So in vegetarian, I think Mudga Sopa can be used. Green gram soup. If Agni is proper, it can be used with Ghritas also. Bharjita can be used. These are the substitute what we can use in place of Mamsarasa. Then the third one is the third question. It's very interesting one. Gudaga Mitta up to Majja, it's regarding Agastya Rasayana. Ghritaga Mitta up to Meda Shuka. But while explaining that, I explained that Agastya Rasayana is pertaining more to Rasadhatu. What could be the reason? So that's, I think, in the beginning itself I explained how much effect or up to which dhatu the formulation goes should be understood from the indications, not from the ingredients. So you can see the indications of Agastya Rasayana, isn't it? Tat Vali Palitam Dhanya, Varna Ayu Balavardhana, Panchakasan. Yes, Panchakasan, correct. Kshayam Swasam Hitmam Vishmajvaram Meha Gulma Grahanyasya Hridroga Ruchipinasa. Can we find any Majagatha or Medogata rogas inside this? Tat Vali Palitanasya, the first indication of Avasthasaya. It's typically of Rasdhadugata Vikara. Varnayu Balavathan. Again comes as Rasdhadugata Vikara. Panchakasan, Kshayam, Swasam, Hitma, Vishamanjana. So like that it goes on. So up to what extent, up to which state that formulation goes should be understood from the indications, not from the ingredients. Here this Guda, Taila, Krita, etc. are the mediums, not the main drugs. The main drugs, as I explained, the main drugs are Abhaya as well as Yava. So the other two are the factors to compensate the ill effects of that. So that's why Acharya explained, that's why from this indication, this is not the verse from Acharya, I inferred from the indications. This may not be the exact way of communication, exact way of interpretation, but this is what I understand from that. This is what I have to say. If anything is there. Anyway, the questions are quite relevant and really nice. It's a thought-provoking.
Sir, there is one more interesting question from one of the doctor among us. Which drug should be used for Garbhini, for skin diseases in Garbhini? Like it is recorded as disease, but she asked for stretch marks. Postnatal
stretch marker.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So it's a physiological issue. Probably we cannot tackle much, but there is somewhat effective combination is there. You can use this Shatathaudagrada along with the Yashadabhasma. It's a very good combination in this kind of stretch marks, as well as what we say, not only in this, all kind of discoloration, maybe photosensitivity, even dry skin, etc. This Yashadabhasma can be mixed with the Shatadauda or Mahadekakrita or whatever it may be. I can keep applied for a period of half an hour, and that I cannot say that relieves completely, but still it can mask the stretch mark. Sorry, I forgot that. There is one oil Kerala is there called as Yashti Madhugadi. Not Yashti Adi, Yashti Madhugadi is different. So that also effective in this kind for local application.
Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance.
Anything to be received from us, or so always what we say, to get more information from any person is to making him annoyed. So if something, some specific ideas or some whatever the protocols what we follow there, if some any specific condition is there, that we'll be happy to discuss. And I think we have got some around 45 minutes left again.
Please feel free to ask questions.
Not only regarding the any topic you can.
Can we use the same formulation for the foreigner patient with the same disease interpretations? It's like if many of the patients have come under psoriasis in foreigner patients. So in the foreigner patient and in Indian patients, can we use the same preparations?
Definitely we do use the same kind, but the only thing is we should be more cautious regarding the bowel movements, etc. The main thing is koshta. The koshta is different. First we should assess the koshta and Agni. The medicines can be the same pattern we can treat for the
But the dietary habits are also different.
Yes.
So,
But no need of, I think regarding this diet restrictions, always no need of switching completely to our diet. Just we should be, we can analyze their own diet and then we can just specify some diet restrictions according to their usage. And if we are switching over from their regular diet to us, again immediately that itself creates no problem. So whatever it may be, even if it is apatya, we are asked to do padena apatyam prastham, padena tantiti. We should do it by tapering. So that's
Any doubts?
or any other formulations?
Sir, you have in your hospital, you treat the patients of CA. If you have some clinical data, so that we can also have some good cases that we can go through and.
I think he is the apt person to discuss regarding that.
Even all other cases other than CA also, skin problems or slides.
The process, it's going on. It's not a time to review the results. It's called demographical that I can say now. Cancer started in 1998 in Kottakkal, and it is now 22 years. And we do get patients pan-India from all over India, ranging from very common diseases in India as well as we never stopped at that. I told you that Erwin Chester disease, you can search it in the net. It's one of the rarest leukemia cases that we treat. We don't have any experience in treating Erwin Chester disease, but we still do manage the disease with our medicines. That is the good thing. And the oncologist says that there is no need to go for chemotherapies since the patient is asymptomatic. Though we have gone for the PET scan, everything is damaged, but still patient doesn't have any pain. Second thing regarding the data, it is not a position to now to reveal the results of these things, but I will particularly say about one diagnosis, CA lung cases. A research project to Ayurvishwa of 3-year project, 6 crore projects going on, in particularly in CA lung cases. That also, it's in the worst scenario, like there is a mutation called EGFR negative. If it is positive, there is a good treatment rather good treatment in allopathy. It's EGFR negative, and again a gene expression called PDL1 less than 50. Actually, theoretically, there is no treatment for such a condition. In such condition, we have started a research project for the 3 years, and 40 patients are enrolled. So it's started only now. So we have not reached for the number. The main advantage is that the allopathy part, the investigation part, like PET scan, all these biopsy reports are done from the most famous cancer institute in Kerala. So the investigation part is done by the oncologist, and the assessment of the treatment are done from the Ayurvedic side. It's a combination, and it will get published after the 3-year project. The purpose of the research, one of the purpose of the research project is that after the research project, if it is success, we will be awarded with a center of excellence for the cancer treatment. We don't have much data published now. So without publication, published, we cannot reveal the results. Because as a part of the research project, we have to publish at least 10 articles in a peer-reviewed journal. So that has to be kept in coming years. We can see these articles in peer-reviewed journals.
Sir, sir, next when will be next time? It should be a pure cancer seminar. If you can arrange for us, it's my request to Chetan sir. If you can arrange a cancer only dedicated cancer seminar for us, it will be helpful for me and my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Definitely we can do that.
We would like to hear about clinical cases with details of medicine. I don't know. What type? This is a very broad area. We'll do one thing anyway. I'll show you some skin cases. That would be better. For a period of half an hour. Many of the cases that I have taken to my previous session, but still maybe overlapping, but still will continue. See some of the deposits or simple hyperkeratinization or hard tissues over the entire skin over here like this. This is another patient. These are all different. The issue was the complaint, presenting complaint was severe itching, nothing else. And I tried almost all the methods, all the medicines which we usually follow in skin disease, but the result was negative. So it was utter failure, I can say. Later, from that explain from that Shonitamradam to Patalamuladi and including Madhusnuvi, etc., everything has been tried, in even Gandharasayana, etc., but absolutely the result was negative. So I couldn't diagnose also the first initially, once the first case came. So later, after discussing with the dermatologist, they diagnosed this as it's a kind of lichen only, but like an amyloid. Cutaneous is like an amyloid, the deposit of some amyloid proteins underneath the skin, especially beneath the hair follicles. And the issue was extreme itching whenever she gets or they get. Entire line was normal, followed, but absolutely the result was negative. The only result, finally, the protocol which I could get the result was with the Varanadikvatha. And Kanvada is nothing but Shilatu Bhasma. And Annabhedi is the Malayalam term for Kasi Bhasma. So these are the line which I could get the result. And probably from reverse pharmacology, once we get the result, then we have a tendency to make reverse pharmacology. So what could be the action? So once the first case got result, then the second case also followed the same line. Again also got the result. So later on, in such cases, I could make a protocol that where we need to do Chedana, Lekhana, and Sushmaguna predominant of medicines. Rather than, so whether it may be, so see this case of Varanadi is a medicine which can cause allergy, which can exacerbate the condition. But still, such cases we get the result, even though the line of the protocol is different. The same will be in some cases, even for this Varnadi Kvata, more effective medicines cases what we get is Varnadi Krita. If the condition is more like an oil, the better one means initially this condition we can say it's a Vata Vritti or Vata Kapha Vritti. So this is, we can say this is Kharaguna Vritti. So in cases, especially the last picture, it's turned from Khara to, we can say there's more superlative Guna, that is Kathina. So in such cases, we need to use little more Snigdhata also. So then Varnadi Krita, Varnadi Kvata, either there's one competition called Nimbavradadi Ayurveda Taila. The same yoga of Gugurikta Krita, but with the Ayurveda Taila as medium. So that is quite effective in such conditions. Either this Nimbavradadi Ayurveda or Gugurikta Krita or Varnadi Krita. Along with this one, this Shilajadu and Annapeti has got wonderful result. Kasisa has got wonderful result in this kind of conditions. So, and now we will see some psoriasis. Anywhere, any class we go, if it is skin disease or may not be in skin disease also, later, whatever may be the topic, finally we get a question that, doctor, what is the line of treatment in psoriasis? So what I would like, or what is your, I told in the morning, what is the correlation for psoriasis? So probably we cannot, what I wanted to say is we cannot make a general protocol for a psoriasis or any other disease, whatever may be the disease. Formulating general protocol is very difficult. So I'll just show you the combination, the correlation, what can be the correlation. Can we correlate this psoriasis with the sigma or psoriasis with the droop or psoriasis with the Vijastika? So I will just show you. So what would be this condition? This is a psoriasis case. A male age, male 33 years of age. The lesion was annular erythematous at beginning, later turned as cirrhosis, uneven and discrete with severe pruritic. So what could be the diagnosis? Can we tell this as Sidna or the droop? No, this is a typical case of Mandala Kushta. Sthiram, Styanam, Gurusnikham, Shveda Raktam, Anashukam. You can see that in the Sthiram, Styanam, Gurusnikham, Shveda Raktam, Anashukam. Anashukam, Anyonya Saktam, it is not being touched together. Anyonya Saktam, Ulsannam, Balabantu, Srutikrami, Slakshna Pinitapha Paryantam, Slakshna as well as Pidapha Paryantam, Mandalam Parimandalam. So the typical relation is Mandala Kushta, it's an annular psoriasis. And Chekatha predominant. Here the medicines which I explained are either Aragothathi or Molagathi or even Vajrakam, Arogyavarthini. Arogyavarthini probably will be knowing that. Another one. Again, it's another kind of psoriasis. So you can see this is a blackish or grayish black in color. Hard and rough in touch. Raised. Again this is cirrhosis. This is also a psoriasis. But modern, specifically we can say plague psoriasis. According to us, Ruksham, Kinakaras Condomal Parishasitam. Probably either can be correlated with Kitipha or Ekapushta. Hasticharmakaras Parsam Charmam, Ekakyam, Mahasrayam, Asuyadam, Malsisakala Sannipam, Kitipam. So again, this is a Valakapha predominant. In this type of conditions, probably internally, Ugradikta or Gandhavirasayana or Varanadi. Again, here also Varanadi has got good indication. Usually Varanadi we keep separate. Usually we bracket this Varanadi into simple Sthaulya or any kind of what we say some Shirashula, etc. But Varanadi has got a wonderful, it's a multi-system result giving medicine. This is also another psoriasis. Again, so previously the same kind of plague psoriasis only. As I explained previously, the first one was, you can say it's Dhadugata Kushta and this is Dhadulina Kushta. So, this was previously, I explained previously, in the mornings. Usually, we give this in either one tablet or half teaspoon of avaleham with milk in the 1 to 5 years of age. It's almost similar to the Gandhavira Rasayana tablets of other company. And age group of 5 to 15, one tablet or quarter teaspoon of avaleham with milk. Probably there can be gastritis or burning sensation, etc. But simple, it's a temporary issues. This is also another kind of psoriasis. Female, 16 years, reddish and burned like exfoliating skin. It's said, explained previously in the morning, Patmapatra Vivamsumi, Ghanabhuri, Lesigasur Prayam, Akshu, Vibhedicha. Nothing but Pundalika Kushta. Here, it's again Maha Kushta, and the medicines found effective is either Manjishtadi or Tiktagam or Sonidamradam, Padolagadrohinyadi, etc. Another one, again, it's another psoriasis, buttate psoriasis. It's nothing we can say. Krishnaruna, Kapalabham, Ruksham, Suptam Karam Tanu, Visradasama Pariyantam, Vishite Loma Pischidam, Todhatyam, Alpavandukam, Kapalam, Shikha Sarpicha. It's a Kapala Gushta. Again, what's the Vada predominant one? We need to treat the medicine with either with the medicines which has got Chedana, Lekhana, as well as Snigdha, probably Eranda Taila, Nimbamada, Eranda Taila, or Gugulajika Krita, etc. will be the best medicine. Now we have seen, in college we have seen, we might have learned that Dhadugata Kushta, Rasagata Kushta, Rektagata Kushta, etc. So you will see that. It's the same case, diagnosis is same. Vipadika, we can say Panipada Arya Vipadika. So the first one is palmoplantar psoriasis. It's a Rasagata Kushta. When it becomes Kleda Avastha, that becomes the same condition, palmoplantar psoriasis, Rektagata Kushta. And the same with Panipada, the spoda. When it becomes pustula, that is 4P, that is palmoplantar pustular psoriasis, that becomes Mamsagata Kushta. When the skin lesion reaches to the Asthidhatu, that is charcoal foot, that can be considered as the Asthigata Kushta. When it becomes the osteomyelitis, that becomes Majjagata Kushta or Gambhira Majjagata Vadarekta. Like that we can continue this. So some one or two cases. This one. It's a male patient, 5 years, complains of bullous lesions on buttock, axilla and stomach since 2 days. Some of the lesions were burst and new lesions were formed, associated with fever, diarrhea and vomiting. Diagnosis can be, it's very high risk case that we should handle perfectly. Otherwise, the patient may lead to renal failure. So you can see that here the lesions you can see, the new lesions are also. And there is a sign for this typical diagnosis, it's called as Nikolsky sign. If we give a prick over any of the edges of that lesion with a sharp object, the entire skin becomes peeled. That can be called as the Nikolsky sign. And so, have you heard a textbook, a Malayalam textbook called Ayurvishwa? It has got a translation to English also, where 56 different types of Visarpas are explained. Different kinds of Visarpas. It's a very good text. So English translation is available. It's the best text to that everyone should read, and you will get much inputs in the management of pediatric skin disorders. So you can try that. Arogya, its full name is Arogya Raksha. There is a typical term, there is a typical Visarpa called as Udbhuta Visarpa. Udbhutam is nothing but double. So you can see this, Atnidaha Divangeshu, Tatra Tatra Sita Site, Utkariga Phalachhaye, Vispota Sitanade, Arduno Valida Kurva, Tujo Bhindas Chaturshyate. It's nothing but the Tujo Bhindas Chaturshyate is the, you can see this, it's the typical word-to-word translation of Nikolsky sign. And Yetshobo Balagangeshu, Sadudbhuda is this is the, so here, what the problem here is, Bullous impetigo, or staphylococcal scarlet skin syndrome. So the complication what happens here is PSAG. So this is staphylococcal infection. If we couldn't control that infection in the initial stages, that infection spread to renal tubule and through what we say the blood, and then reaches to the glomerular membrane. Later, what we say the complication will be glomerular necrosis, and if we couldn't control within a span of 7 days, he will have to start dialysis. That would be the condition. But there is an very easy method to diagnose whether the patient is going to complication or not. But we hardly use that. So one thing is monitor urine output, facial edema, pedal edema, etc. that we do use. But there is a typical formula on the systolic BP. However may be the age of the children, you are supposed, if you come across or if you suspect any kind of staphylococcal infections, you are supposed to check the blood pressure of the children. This is the alarming formula. His systolic BP should be in between age into 2 plus 70 and age into 2 plus 90. So if he is an age of 10 years, his systolic BP should rise somewhere in between 90 and 110. If it goes beyond 110, that's an indicative of renal complications. So always we are supposed to monitor monitor the BP in case of any of the if we suspect any case of staphylococcal infections. The protocol that we can use here is Pitta Kapha Krimiharam, Shobhaharam and Raktastambanam. Here in this case, Mulagadi Kashaya, Putajanist and Krimichna was used. Absolutely, you are not supposed to use any kind of rasal drugs here. Because anytime we are forecasting a renal damage. And in the Bhajaratnavali, Vrkaroga Chikitsa itself starts with the Raso Vivardhayat Vyadhi. So if we are suspecting renal injury, better not to give any kind of rasa preparations in the initial stages. Again, this is another case. Multiple erythematous tube papules, which heals with hypopigmentation, mild thickening on palms and soles, had similar complaint for, it could be genetic also, what could be the Again, this is a diagnosis from Arya Kalpatruma. So why I insist if someone has not read that book, definitely the next, you should purchase that book and you should start reading. Again, this is called as pityriasis rubra, and there is a condition called patala visarpa. Patala is nothing but layer. So, mamsaleshu, pradesheshu, majja, mamsarasasaya, shobho, vispotaka yude, darunis, deva papiki. Tuk vislesha, svathangatvam. Tuk vislesha is nothing but the laws of adhesion between dermis and epidermis. Tuk vislesha, svathangatvam, chaddi arovachaka samyudam, sagayade tatra vitneya, visarpa patalapaya. Again here also, Pasanam, Kleda Shoshanam, Shobharanam and Kapavita Samanam. My option will be Mulagadi Kashaya, again Gopi Chandanati or Amritarishnam, etc. Initially Ksharanam with the Pachavatala or Panchanikta Kwatha. Then once that lesions has been healed, we can use this Sadadodavada plus Yasada as the one which I explained previously. This is common. Ichthyosis, Eka Kushtha, Ekakhyam, Mahasayam, Asuredam, Malsisakala Sannibham. Again, it's quite difficult. It's not, in my experience, it couldn't, as it's an autosomal dominant disorder. Complete cure is not possible, that's what I feel. But we can give good quality of life without exacerbation of symptoms by following both Kushta Chikitsa as well as Jwara Chikitsa. What importance of Jwara Chikitsa? Ekakhyam Mahasaya. The first one, the main symptom experience is nothing but Sweda Bhava. So Asweda, Malsisakala Sannibha. So the another disease which has got Sweda Bhava is nothing but Jwara. And again, so Sweda Kshaya Chikitsa as well as Rasayana. So this is what the some medicines what we can, it's effective is Tankana, Pravala and Yashadavasma etc. are quite effective in this kind of conditions, internally as well as externally. So this is what I have to, and one more thing I will just point out the to point out the importance of proper observation. A patient came to me with simple hair fall and dandruff. While observing the scalp, just saw an elongated nerve over here, a dilated nerve over here. Again, further interrogation, there was a hypopigmented patch, and accidentally the diagnosis was leprosy. So even though the presenting complaint is scalp, we should examine the entire system completely. This is what just I wanted to point out. From here, I would like to conclude. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Jitesh sir and Dr. Praveet sir's depth of understanding and their ability to communicate complex concepts in a clear and concise manner was truly impressive. We are grateful for the valuable insights they shared today with us. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Vyas sir to deliver a vote of thanks.
Good evening, all the doctors and especially audience. And special thanks for Dr. Kulkarni sir, Dr. Imle sir, Sane sir. Special thanks for Dr. Chetan, Dr. Himanshu, those who are make me or make the CME is very useful for others and audience especially, and me for. And thank you very much for to attend the CME program. In future we will take another CME also in future, sir. Thank you very much. And special thanks for on behalf of Kottakkal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have arranged a high tea. It will be opposed to the front. So you can just have a tea and then we will discuss. Thank you so much for coming and hope the same support from you as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you.